12-13. Hold it. Take it over. Long ball. Second serve. Okay. Timeout. 14-6. 15-6. 16-6. 29. That's game.
welcome to the 67th United States Handball Association's Four-Wall National Handball Championships. My name is Dave Vincent alongside Robert Gaither here today as we have the men's semifinals on the show court at Los Caballeros Sports Village.
Yes, we do. Welcome, everybody.
All right, we're about to start the first semifinal of the morning. Represented by the Olympic Club, we have Emmett Pashot.
Hear the announcement from Abraham Montijo, our referee.
Representing New York Athletic Club, Carroll.
Emmett Pashot got that first round of applause from the Olympic Club, now representing the New York Athletic Club, living in Boston, Massachusetts.
0-0.
Returning the serve here is Killian, our returning champion from last year. Nice serve there.
Wow, it just looks like they're feeling each other out on that first point. A lot of soft, easy shots, a little defense. Maybe trying to see what the other player's trying to do.
0-0.
This is the best 2 out of 3 to 21, tiebreakers to 11, and there's that serve that Killian doesn't get enough credit for, but certainly deserves. And when he's locked in, his serve is unbelievable.
Short ball.
Short. That first serve just didn't do anything. Hit the back ball, didn't come out at all.
Point.
Carroll dominating the front of the court, winning another point.
In race for 8 play, Killian Carroll owns the series at a 3-1 margin against Emmett Pashot.
Point.
There's a double bounce.
A little bit of a run here for him to start the match.
3-0. Point.
And this is what Killian can do. He could be either a quick scorer or a guy that it takes forever for him to get onto the scoreboard, but he usually comes back with a win.
It hasn't taken him much time in this game. Haven't yet to get started. There's a uncharacteristic miss for him.
5-0. Light out.
There's a kind of a rare miss there for Killian.
Like him had even given up on that point.
0-5. Short ball.
It said that their records in race play were 3-1 in favor of Killian, but he also took down Emmett in Boston at the Boston Open. The first time they ever played. That was about, as young as Killian is, that was about 6 years ago.
Point.
And Emmett's on the board. Nice control of the front court on that play. Gets the win.
1-0.
Set up. Emmett's very strong with that left hand. In fact, the first time I ever saw you play was against Emmett Pashot. Something just rattled back there, the door, making a huge noise. Dive there from Killian Carroll. This is what he does, Rob. He keeps the rallies alive.
For an offensive player like Emmett, that gets real frustrating as the match goes on.
Oh, that's a nice corner kill. And now Killian is appealing the serve.
Both disagree at the short serve.
Oh boy. Looks like we got second serve and no point for Emmett on that.
Second serve, 1-5.
That's rough.
Point.
A little bit of justice on that.
2-5.
Nice little hop right there on that serve from Emmett. Little congestion, no call from the referee. Both players playing through it.
You just don't want that ball to come off the back wall at all against a top player like Carroll. They just nail that every time.
5-2.
Killian Carroll is our defending champion, defeating Paul Brady last year in that thrilling finish. I believe you watched that on the live broadcast, Robert.
I did. It was amazing.
Killian Carroll is, in my opinion, the quickest player in the sport, the best get artist in the sport. He gets down lower to hit a ball than anybody in the sport.
Well, once again, it shows you there, just don't let him have any time to set up speed, because if he does, he's just going to nail it.
6-2.
Big setup here. See what creativity Emmett has.
Nice hop on that.
Side out.
Enough pace to give him trouble and gets the point and side out on that.
The only time Peugeot has ever defeated Killian Carroll was in a playoff in Race for 8 play when they were in Houston. About 20 minutes after Killian lost to Brady, he decided to go onto the court because he was fresh, and he played Emmett, and that's when Emmett took him down in one of those playoff matches. That's the only win that he's had against him.
I think fatigue might have played a factor in that.
4-6.
In fact, Emmett hasn't defeated anybody in the top 10 in 2017.
That's surprising.
Second.
And at the Simple Green U.S. Open in October, Killian took down Emmett 6-18. That was just last October here at this club.
A great get there.
Well, you're going to see a whole highlight reel of that from Killian. See how Killian put himself in the perfect position to take that ball off the back wall. Not just a great get artist and athlete, but he knew exactly where Emmett was going to hit that shot off the back wall.
Anticipation led to that point for him.
Short ball.
Keeping in mind the results from last year,
Second.
Paul Brady sure looked like all business so far in this tournament.
Now we're going to see Paul coming up in about an hour and a half, if not less.
Point.
Emmett not happy with the result there. You can't give Killian anything easy,
7-4.
but he sure makes the hard stuff look easy.
Hold it, bad bounce.
Our referee, Abraham Montijo from Tucson, Arizona.
7-4.
There's a
Side out.
There's a low percentage shot. Take a little chance on that. Hits the floor.
4-7.
No call on that. You know, from the pace of the game, it looks like Killian's controlling it, but it's still a relatively close game here.
5-7.
Emmett out of position on that point. Calls for the California timeout, where they ask for the towel, wipe the floor.
I saw the California salute on the way in to the club today. That's when one of the friendly residents give you that nice little gesture. It resembles a wave, but it's only with one finger.
They're usually waving at themselves with their hand, though. That's the problem. Speaking of coming into the club today, I think I saw an airplane hit the highway earlier on the 405.
Okay.
7-5.
And somehow I don't even doubt it. I'm just, okay, yeah. And what else? I also saw bad traffic.
Yeah, I think that's what caused the bad traffic. Really good get there. Carroll just digging it right before it hits the ground for the second bounce and gets the win on that point. I'll tell you, it's a perfect weather for indoor handball today.
It absolutely is. Beautiful day here. Woke up this morning to the sound of birds coughing. Kind of smoggy in my part of town. but it's nice and warm. Sun is out. This is the reason why you make this a destination. Southern California. Listen to this list of tournaments that Killian Carroll has won. He won the Gaffney in Ireland, which has become a really big weekend tournament. New Orleans, Houston, Salt Lake City, Denver, Tucson Armed Forces this year. Only loss in 2017 was to Brady in New York.
I watched an excellent match between him and Dave Fink.
That was awesome in New Orleans. Yeah, that was, and then Luis Moreno. Before that was another awesome match. That Dave Fink match was terrific.
I'll tell you, that David Fink continues to surprise you. He comes up with a good match every now and then.
Lately, he's been on fire. Unfortunately, so has his back spasms. That's why he's not sitting in the chair right now next to you, Robert, or next to me, and you be in the gallery as a line judge or whatever.
Side out.
Rare miss for him there. When he gets a chance to come in and
5-8. Point.
And showing that pro ability to kill off the back wall once again.
Short ball.
It looks like he's taking a little bit off of his serve on that left side, trying to keep it off the back wall. Just ends up short on that one. There's a nice pass.
Point.
I don't remember seeing too many pass shots for a win against Killian Carroll, that's for sure.
Well, he seems to put a hand on everything. If you get a pass shot, it's because he's completely out of position.
Second.
Or you just execute like Emmett did there.
Yeah.
Second serve.
It was almost a perfect shot.
Side out.
A little lackadaisical, didn't quite set up and move his feet, and was rewarded with hitting the floor.
8-7.
A couple years ago, knowing that you're a fan of these live broadcasts, we were talking about New Orleans this year against Dave Fink, but when these two clashed 2 years ago in New Orleans at the race stop, that was an interesting outcome where Emmett wins game number 1, 15-0. And you might recall what happened right after that when Killian gave Emmett a taste of his own medicine, and then in the tiebreaker, quite interesting. Actually, I believe what it was 15-0, and then Emmett wins and then loses 13-15, 13-15 in the tiebreaker.
10-7.
So you know he can compete against Killian, but Emmett's coming off of a broken hand that he suffered back in March of this year.
Okay.
So he's still on the comeback.
Play a screen, sorry. Play a screen on that.
Oh, that's a late call.
Late call.
No disagreement from the players, though, so they're accepting.
Replaying, 10-7. Point.
That ball is buried.
Now, this is one of the first times you're able to see him in person. What's your thoughts on Killian Carroll?
He's very athletic. Like you said, he gets really low to the ground, probably lower than anybody in the game right now.
I'd say the only exception would be Mondo Ortiz when he's healthy. They have aspects of their game that are similar, and then other aspects are completely different, but certainly in the server's box, they seem to kind of parallel each other.
Killian seems to have a very adept defensive game as well, able to play a ceiling game. Works into a setup and a point on that one as well. Something you don't always see from a player that's offensive as Killian Carroll, but it's nice to see good defense thrown as well.
This is the 67th United States Handball Association's Four-Wall National Handball Championships, where we are live from Los Caballeros Sports Village in Fountain Valley, California. I want to thank Jeff Kastner flying down from Portland. He's doing the directing here today. Camera angles. I guess if we call for it, we can get some instant replays.
I believe we've seen a couple of them already. There's definitely been some plays worthy of instant replays on this match so far. Good shot of the gallery there.
I want to thank the United States Handball Association's President's Club as they help raise funds alongside the USHA and their membership-based WPH Board of Directors and WPH members and employees all donating to help bring this one to us. Paul Brady seeking his 11th national title to tie Nadi Alvarado Sr. Killian Carroll is looking to repeat because he won last year, giving Paul Brady his only defeat in 11 straight tries.
Well, and I was there for Nadi Alvarado's 11th win, so this would be monumental if Brady was able to tie that feat. I can't recall off the top of my head. Dave Chapman has got to be up there somewhere. 8 or 9. Something.
He has 9.
9.
Paul Brady has 10. Nadi Sr. 11. And we're talking 4-wall small ball here.
12-7. Point.
Make that 13-7 now. Killian first game going to 21.
Starting to pull away a little bit. Change the serve down the right. It seems to be working for him right now.
Well, his serves can be absolutely
14-7.
unbelievable because he's changing sides and he's good on both left and right side. They're a little off balance. Emmett takes care of it.
Well, he changed his hop on that one too. He went to a natural instead of a reverse.
7-14.
He's not going to make you feel comfortable if you're returning the serve. No doubt about that. Rob, I said earlier that the first time I saw you play, I believe it was against Emmett, but it could have very well have been against one of the opponents on the other side of the bracket. But that was in Pleasanton, California, and Emmett was in that Super Bowl handball tournament, I believe.
Correct. I played him in the semifinals.
Okay, great. So you know a little bit about Emmett's play, and you know, not much has changed. He's had some injuries, but he's still the same guy.
He's always in great shape. He's always tenacious on the court. Doesn't really give up on anything and is a threat to kill the ball from anywhere with any hand. So you got to be on your game when you're playing Emmett.
All-around player as well. Outdoor, indoor. He's certainly one of the top 3, if not top 2, outdoor 3-wall small ball players.
I've had the pleasure of seeing him play in Toledo a couple of times as well. He's very impressive outdoor. Actually, he has come to our Kansas City tournament a couple of times and played in that one as well.
Well, Emmett's got a huge fan base watching back home. His wife, of course, here, and she's probably the biggest fan. Back in Watsonville, California, I know you're friends with the Peixotes and the whole family. Done a lot to promote the game of handball, which is
it's a good
thing for the sport.
Right. Handball definitely needs all the contributors we can get. And the Peixotes have been excellent. I've never had the chance to go to their tournament there, but I've heard just wonderful things about the hospitality that they put on for their tournament up in California.
Well, Emmett's hoping that he can channel some of that family energy because he finds himself down here after a glove change. Killian Carroll is doing what he does best. He's going to keep the pressure on you. It's sort of the feeling that we get when we remember back to that young 17, 18, 19-year-old Emmett who was always constantly pushing you around the court and then getting everything that you had hit.
Right.
And that's kind of what Killian is here. He's that guy that he has a great crisp shot. His serve is amazing. Back wall kills are on top of the handball world. He's in great physical shape, but he still is going to push you around the court and try to wear you down.
Right.
And it doesn't seem like he gets tired. So at times you're going to look at him and say, well, yeah, he's not a Paul Brady. But then you realize what he's doing is something that Paul Brady's not ever faced. Somebody that's going to push him around and take advantage of court position.
He's dominated that front center court position in this match so far, and I think that's why he finds himself in the lead.
Killian Carroll, since we have a little time here, did something pretty remarkable yesterday. He was playing his match in the quarterfinals, and I was standing courtside holding the door open, and one of the fans there said, how do I get that shirt? You know, how do I get Killian's shirt? And of course I said, well, you know, we don't sell that. That's Killian's, has his name on the back and that sort of thing. So I said, we don't sell that. It's especially made for Killian. And he goes, oh, I really like that shirt. And well, this gentleman's about 11 rows up. I'm standing at the door next to Killian. I go, Killian, give me your shirt. He doesn't even question. Turns around, takes his sweaty shirt off, hands it to me. I throw it to the guy, and I turn around and sit down. I don't say anything to Killian. Gets in his bag, gets another shirt on, goes in there and plays. Doesn't complain. But isn't that a great thing about handball? The camaraderie. Yeah. That gentleman saw me today and said that was the best moment of my entire life. He said that I was a fan, but I love this guy now.
Yeah.
I said, what about me? I'm the middleman, right? I mean.
Well, and that's a shirt that he's worn in a match too, so it has a little extra special tributes to it.
That shows you the openness and the gentleman that Killian is, and some of these pro players. They understand, their value, and some of them do, and it's important to reach out to the fans. But that was a great moment, witnessed by everybody in the gallery yesterday.
That's going to build him a good fan base as he goes along in his career, being that type of gentleman, because that's what people in handball expect. Someone that's a gentleman and people that get along with, and it's something we've come to expect from handball.
15-7.
Score is 15-7. We're going to 21.
15-7.
We're 28 minutes into this men's semifinals. Goes right after a crack.
Almost gets that. Good call by Emmett.
You see how Killian misdirects, goes over to the right side, has Emmett to the left. But that's what he does. He's creative, and he works you side to side.
Point.
And he has those shots, too.
That's just natural ability right there. That isn't something you practice. Just be able to pick it up off the floor in the short hop and kill it in the left corner.
17-7.
That was close to a 4-minute timeout that we just saw there. Somehow during Emmett's matches, he just has a way of milking that clock.
Well, I noticed the organization of his gloves and his bag probably isn't the best part of his game. Well, there's a perfect pass.
We're talking about Emmett's wife, Jessica, watching in the crowd. He's one of only 2 players on the Pro Tour that play with his wedding ring on. Some people take it off. Actually, most do. Only Dave Fink and Emmett Peixoto leave theirs on. Rob, you've never been married, so
I don't have that. I don't have that problem deciding that.
You've had multiple engagement rings on, but
Correct.
you just never could pull the trigger on having to take it off during a match.
Unless it got stuck.
Road ball.
Until that point right there. Well, actually, he hasn't scored, has he? It's 8 straight points now, 9 straight points for Killian. See if Emmett can reverse that. That ball hits Emmett in the back. That'll be cleaned off by Killian, as Emmett's going to try to take as much time as he can here.
Rolls it back to him.
9-17.
Ball hits a crack, gets his first point in quite some time, does Emmett.
And this isn't a case of Emmett being tired. He's just slowing it down, trying to get focused, trying to figure out a way to slow down the momentum that Killian Carroll has at this point.
Second.
Should be a setup here.
Oh, wow. Catches it.
A lot of power right there, and Emmett knew he had to put a little extra
11-17.
to get that past Flash. Flash Carroll.
Looks like he put a little bit more on that serve. Maybe he's feeling a little more comfortable with it. Emmett doing a much better job controlling the front. Just saw 2 continuous passes down the right, kept him off balance, and was able to get the point on that.
12-17.
12-17 now.
That's
Light out.
Emmett doing what a lot of the older players do after the serve, just not looking back. I think that he could have gotten that if he would have just positioned himself to see what Carroll was going to do. 17-12.
Well, it wasn't a perfect put away, but he was expecting it to be. was creative.
I'd like to see a replay of that if we had it. That was like a stiletto right corner to front kill.
With his fist.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. Two bounces.
Two bounces, good call. And that's a case where an amateur referee might call a hinder on that, but giving Killian a chance to hit the point and get the win.
Lucky for us, we don't have an amateur referee. We've got one of the game's best.
Replay.
Emmett needs to gather his breath just a little bit.
Point.
There's an excellent pass. Killian taking the opportunity to control the front court.
Yeah, 20-12, we come back.
Timeout on Emmett. Let's see how many minutes he gets on this one.
There's a replay of that shot. I don't know if we're able to do that, but if we can, let's take another look at that replay. Here it is, Robert. Killian Carroll forcing Emmett to take a timeout, which is what I felt Emmett was going to do after that last point. It just seemed a little bit lethargic as he was walking back to return the serve. And I thought, Emmett needs something to happen here where he can afford himself some time just to rejuvenate himself.
He had a good little stretch there where he was able to climb back in the game a little bit, and then Killian quickly taking over again.
Time back in. 20, serving 12.
Rare miss there.
Side out.
Emmett needs to take advantage.
12-20.
You saw Emmett get really aggressive up front. That's what he's going to have to do. That's the sort of shots Emmett is going to have to take when he's on the run. He's going to have to be aggressive because that's exactly what Killian's doing, and Killian's converting.
Correct.
So if you're going to be on the run, don't always go for defense. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
It was so good, Emmett jokingly calls it a skip. With a smile on his face.
Taking a little bit of that attention away from Killian on that amazing mouse. Oh, by the way, he's not afraid to go to the roof either.
Oh, yeah. I have to say, I'm very impressed with his defense so far.
First game, guys, 5 minutes.
Emmett just jacks that ball into the ground, and the first game ends with Killian Carroll getting the win. We are gonna take a quick break. We're gonna be back right around the corner. We'll probably leave it right here on either the gallery or the court, but Rob will be back in, I'd say, about 4 minutes.
Okay.
So stick around, more handball action coming up right around the corner. Watch this replay. That's the closest, flattest mouse you're ever gonna see right there, Killian Carroll. Getting a point, winning game number 1. We'll have game 2 coming up next at the USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships men's semifinals between Emmett Peixoto and Killian Carroll coming up in 4 minutes. Game number 2. Stick around.
30 seconds. Okay, Killian serves to start game 2.
We are back for game number 2 as Killian Carroll takes down Emmett Pachot in that first one.
Okay.
Looking for 21 points here to make it to the finals consecutive years.
Point.
Takes control of the front court and gets an easy set up there in the right corner.
1-0. Point. Deal. They both agree. Point. 2-0.
Takes a little too much there. A little low percentage shot. Hits it on the floor. Emmett gets the serve.
0-2. Side out. Two zero.
Skip.
Side out.
Emmett needs to take his time and try to get on the board here.
Killian like it, going for the dagger there with that deep.
Second serve.
The deep shot. Earlier you said there was a plane that crashed right near here, out up near the highway. John Wayne Airport's right around the corner, and I say as a crow flies, probably what, 5 miles, 6 miles from here.
Something like that. Yeah.
But as 405 goes, that's 2.5 hours. But nonetheless, you saw the puff of smoke as you were driving in for the live broadcast.
Yeah, I was there before some of the police and ambulances got there. So it was still on fire.
You're a first responder. Look at that get right there from Killian Carroll. And the rally's still going. This is what has made him popular.
Ooh, that ball might have slid.
Unbelievable get. Crowd puts their hands together as Killian does it again. Amazing back wall dive to the front wall. Keeps the rally going. Ends up winning with the left paddle. Front corner kill. Crowd puts their hands together.
Emmett acknowledges the great play as well as he motioned to Killian here.
Short ball. Second.
Nice return.
Emmett's got that amazingly accurate left
0-2.
hand. Goes right down the middle with his return.
He sometimes seems more confident with his left hand than he does with his right.
1-2.
There's a
point
serve.
And a fist pump, which means appeal. Appeal that serve.
2-2.
That was a good serve, by the way.
Short ball.
Killian isn't really one of those guys that's going to talk to the referee,
Second.
appeal, or even ask for anything out of the norm. He's just a machine. And unless that machine is Alexa, it just doesn't talk.
Point.
Emmett slowing it down.
Well, Emmett might find something here
3-2.
if Killian keeps making errors on those ceiling shots.
Short ball.
I think Emmett's already realized that
Second.
that serve down the left is developing some returns that he wants from Killian.
Tried to take a little too big a bite out of that one. Hits it in the floor. Emmett getting a little control of this game here. Switch to a natural serve that time.
Second.
That was going to be trouble.
2-4.
Great get by Emmett there. Stays in the point.
Nice shot there.
I don't think that ball came off the back wall the way Emmett thought it would. Looked like he just tried to get it back.
Saw Emmett shaking his hand there after that rally. That's the one that Emmett broke in New York in March.
And I would say Killian probably didn't notice, otherwise he probably would have served down the right on that.
4-3. Point.
Notice this tournament that sometimes the ceiling shots aren't kind, as the lights tend to change the direction of the ball every now and again.
Yeah, they're located right in the spot that you would hit him if you're going for a ceiling. That's an aggressive left-handed kill shot from Emmett Peixote, who's turned the tide just a bit here. In fact, since that long rally where Killian dove to the back wall, he hasn't scored since.
Hold it again.
Emmett's mad. He wanted to hit that ball down the right wall, missed it.
Lost an opportunity there. Definitely had an offensive opportunity to put the point away.
Big setup here. Killian's so dangerous when he's able to move his feet, which he does so well anyway, but this time he had a little bit more time to do it.
Yeah, anytime he gets a chance to set those feet, turn his shoulders, he really nails it.
Killian's already made four errors, 4 hand errors here in game number 2.
Side out.
A little aggressive on that.
I'm not sure if you circle that as an unforced error. He certainly was going for it and missed it as it dipped into the right corner. Goes for the crack, gets it, does Emmett. Back in the driver's seat.
Little mistake there. Emmett knows he had an opportunity to put that point away. Just a little too high on it. Killian able to rekill it.
Replay 6. Point.
Now 4-6.
4-6.
Nice shot. Revolving door from Emmett.
Really set up, took his time on that, made a nice shot. Looks like he's taking his time a little bit more in the game. He had a couple of times in the first game where he took some off-balance shots, didn't set his feet, and this time he looks like he's really setting up and taking advantage. Big setup here. Knows he missed an opportunity on that point. Something you cannot do against a player the caliber of Killian Carroll.
Here's an instant replay. A lot of other players would have tried to hit the right corner on that setup there. Instead, Killian goes right back where Emmett was migrating from, down the right wall. And now Emmett's starting to make those same type of errors that Killian was making here.
5-6.
We're at 5-6.
That's what happens when you shoot, when the player's in front of you. Player caliber and Emmett able to just re-kill it, put it away.
6-5. Short ball. Second. Side out.
A bit of a mistake from Emmett.
5-36. Short ball. Second. Point.
Emmett just missing these shots up front. And it's just really opened the door
6-6.
for Killian. And even with that said, they're only tied at 6.
Right.
As bad as Emmett's played here in the last 2 minutes.
Point.
That's a great shot right there. Really didn't look like he had that much of an offensive opportunity, but still able to play it away.
7-6.
Beautiful shot, Killian Carroll. Lets that ball drop a bit.
Not surprising Emmett takes a timeout after
8-6, 1 minute.
Killian takes the lead.
Don't blame him either. Killian just takes that little extra step back and lets that ball drop, and he hits that kill shot right in front of Emmett. And just a long line of scoring there. Emmett not making the right choices in his mind. I think he's being just a little too concerned about his defensive shots, and he's just missing putting Killian in terrible positions, but instead Killian's able to load up, hit these kill shots, drive balls down the walls, and Emmett knows that he's putting too much pressure on himself to make these perfect defensive shots against Killian. And the top players will do that.
Right.
They make you take aggressive shots wrong, they make you take the defensive shots wrong, but you can just see the frustration in Emmett saying, after each rally, it's like, I did this to myself.
Right.
You know, I was trying to put you in the backcourt, but I didn't hit it hard enough. And I think right now he might be focusing a little too much.
And in the end, Carroll able to put it away. I mean, you can set the guy up, but if he hits it on the floor, he still hits it on the floor. He's still converting on those opportunities. Something a great player does. Something Emmett did to start the game. He took advantage of his opportunities, able to score. Needs to get the momentum back.
8-36.
I believe the score at one point was 3-6, with Emmett leading and Killian in the server's box. Now 9-6, 6 straight points for Killian. And the way Killian was playing earlier, the score should have been tied at 9. But a lot of sloppy play from both players.
Point.
Threw him off balance. You weren't sure if he was going to hit the front wall first or the side wall first. It's the side wall. Kicks to the side, and Emmett unable to get that.
Ten 6. Goes down, point.
Reeling off points one after the other here.
11-6.
What a get.
Point.
I would be interested in if someone would keep a stat how many times a guy would had to hit the back wall first, how often they actually won that point. I know Killian did it earlier in the first game, but Emmett does not come up with a win on this one.
Not a great serve there. Ball short.
Second serve.
Killian going to the dominator serve on that.
I mean, you see what Killian does here. He has a little opening, and he's just so stealth. He's like an assassin. If he has that opening, he's going to go for it, and you can see that he's clearly been executing these type of shots
13, 36.
and with success, because he just keeps going back to it. And even when he misses, he still sticks with what he knows he can do.
Goes for a little too much there.
6-13.
I thought if I extended that long enough, I could reverse the curse, but it didn't work.
There's another one.
Ball slid, and they will probably call it. Killian saw it.
Killian called it. Yeah.
See how Killian gives that ball back to Emmett.
Once again, that's the sportsmanship of handball right there.
Crowd likes it too.
Replaying the last point. 6-13. Short ball.
Feels. Looked short from here.
It definitely was.
Second.
Big setup for
You
Emmett.
have to convert these. See how aggressive this kid is? It's unbelievable.
That was shoulder high. Killed it from the shoulder high, and able to put it down. No sidewall involved.
13-6.
Emmett put it in a fairly good spot, but Killian took care of it. And now another point. 14-6. He was down 3-6 was Killian.
14-6.
Now 11 straight points unanswered.
Second.
Excellent opportunity. Emmett in good position on that to hit the re-kill.
Sometimes the game's so easy as a server,
6-14.
you get that good serve and then a first strike and you say, well, why can't I do this every time? Nice shot there, Emmett, revolving door. A great side out and a great point there. Actually, a great side out, great point, and another great point.
Emmett, sometimes when you get on that point and you can't get off of it,
7-14.
good things happen once you're able to break that. He's off 6.
Short ball. Second. Side out.
And you just miss with your location on your serve just enough that Killian
14-7.
pops that return, gets back into the server's box. He thought about diving.
Skip.
Side out.
Even his misses are pretty.
He set up and hit what looked like a good shot and just a little bit off. Emmett wins the point.
14-7.
Referee called the score wrong. He said 14-7. It's really 7-14. Killian has Emmett running all over the court here.
He put a little extra on that last one and was able to put it
Side out. Down. Side out.
Now see what happens when the referee has to turn that scorecard over. He realizes that he just called the score wrong.
Here it is again, the replay. Not really sure I'd have called a hinder on that either. That's a good call, a good no call, I should say.
Well, no arguing from Emmett here, but I could see where people would make the argument that that would be played over, and I've seen referees call it either way.
It's tough to take a good shot away from a player like that for a hinder on something you may or may not have even got a hand on.
Then I don't know if you take it into consideration that you have the two best get artists in the game playing right here, and one of them is known for making those type of shots.
Yeah.
So it becomes very difficult. You can't call everybody the same, but the rules kind of indicate that you should. I'm not saying it was or wasn't, but I could see where a referee could certainly give that.
Yeah, change it.
He gets the California timeout, and then he gets the glove change. So
Smart
2
move.
minutes.
Emmett definitely slowing things down here.
If we're able to look at the instant replay one more time, we certainly will of that. Maybe questionable if I keep talking about it. Nobody else is really questioning, I don't think. Hinder play.
It looked like Emmett looked up to the ref for just a second to see if maybe there was a hinder called, but when there was no hinder called, there was no argument, or here it is.
It's kind of hard to argue when you're out of air.
So he looks up for a call, doesn't get it, and then asks for the towel.
It really did look like that ball was just past him, especially where Emmett would have had to have taken that ball, would have been sliding much harder into the sidewall. This is the 67th USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships, Los Caballeros Sports Village in Fountain Valley, California, where the best players in the world have all converged. This is the semifinals for the men's open. Killian Carroll from Ireland, now living in Boston, in the States.
That's just basically Ireland East, or Ireland West, I should say.
Yeah, that's true. I think there's more Irish in Boston than there are in Ireland. I know certainly in Chicago there is, but
Well, in my days in Tucson, I got to play with the great Pat Kirby from Ireland, who's a legend handball player from Ireland. Just every person I've ever met from Ireland plays handball is just a first-class gentleman on the court, off the court.
I thought you were going to say every person from Tucson, Arizona was a gentleman on and off.
I could go on further to say that as well, because
I know you can say off the court they're gentlemen.
That's correct.
Unless you're talking about Rick Hatcher.
I can't say anything about Rick. He and I have had some good times together. He's got more on me than I do on him. So.
Okay, well, that's why. I love Rick. Good dude. Becomes.
Funny story about Rick Hatcher. I played him in Minnesota in the Nationals in a consolation match where we reffed our own, and I called it avoidable on him. And Tommy Little, to this day, still gives me grief about calling an avoidable hinder in a pickup game.
Well, I once DQ'd somebody I was supposed to play in practice because they showed up 11 minutes late. It was back to the all-you-can-eat buffet that was being offered at the time. I had incentive, of course, to get out of there quick.
Had to get there before they shut it down.
Well, I mean, you don't want me to starve.
The hospitality of this tournament has been excellent as well. Looks like they're cooking some ribeyes or something over there right now.
Good stuff.
14-7.
Score 14-7, game 2. Make that 15-7 and a 12-1 run for Killian Carroll. It seems that he's cleaned out some of those hand errors that he was making early on.
And that's pretty much a dive, but a great shot by Killian, or I'm sorry, they changed shirts, so. Great shot by Emmett, gets the win on that point.
Yeah, I will hand it to you here. It's pretty glary outside in our broadcast booth. It's very sunny right now. And another side out here is Killian Carroll going in for the win, and my broadcast partner of the Norm, Dave Fink, said on a text that Killian Carroll playing with a lead is a lot different than the regular Killian Carroll. He tries to, once he has a lead, he tries to go and put you out like instantly.
Well, when he's playing with a lead, he's serving more often, and his serve is definitely one of the strengths of his game. That would make sense.
But I contend Killian with a deficit is also dangerous because he doesn't ever seem to lose those. He makes these.
Well, the few times he's behind, you'd have to really pay attention, I would say.
Oh yeah, I mean he plays different that way too. Look at that shot. That's just unbelievable. And not much you can do there.
No, he just takes a step back with his right foot, steps into it, and hits the right corner.
I think I took an erratic bounce. We gotta replay that.
Yeah, replay the point.
Do it again.
No argument from Killian.
During that break, you said that
16-7.
you looked up what was going on at the airport. You said it was like a single plane Cessna, or?
Correct. He hit the highway in the 405 going.
That's unbelievable.
South.
Any fatalities? Did you hear? They don't release that information too early. I was kind of. My first thought as Killian hits a beautiful right corner kill was that, oh, Harrison Ford's back in town.
I thought the Millennium Falcon was at the event arena. But
you know, when people say that the drivers out here are crazy, they don't usually indicate that they're coming from the sky, but
18-7.
oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah, he's got everything, this kid. Killian Carroll going down on his belly, and now he's about ready to close out game number 1. 19-7 is the score.
For something that very well could have been a point for Emmett, just throws himself at the ball and able to re-kill that. Incredible athleticism by Carroll on that point. And as you can see, the frustration from Emmett, he knows he had a good chance to win that one.
I believe the score is 19-7 here, and if you look back at what was happening at the time when Killian was down 3-6, And he made, at that point, with the first 9 points on the scoreboard, probably about 6 hand errors.
And those hand errors coming from Emmett slowing the game down, defensive shots, sealing balls, 3 walls, keeping Killian in deep court, you know, in that back 2/3 of the court. And that's where he made all his hand errors, not in the front court where he's been dominating.
And then Emmett went on a string of making some of his own. They were tied there at 6. Killian went up to 9-6, and it really felt like at that point it should still be tied at about 9 because Emmett could have capitalized more on some of those hand errors that Killian made but didn't do it. And then Killian's just gone on this tear here where Peugeot looks a little lethargic and Killian is pulling out the death hammer. It's like Killian is on the 405 right now. Trying to get his pilot's license. That's
the co-pilot on that one.
Like he's the one in charge of how the traffic's going to flow today.
Well, Killian definitely has control of this match. Emmett trying to slow it down, trying to find a way to climb back in it.
19-7. Short ball. Second.
Oh.
Point.
Service winner on that one.
20 match point, serving 7. Side out.
Emmett able to get back in. Another chance to score some points. Maybe climb back in one at a time here.
7, serving 20.
Sounded like that ceiling shot hit a light.
I don't know how it couldn't. Nice little paddle re-kill there from Killian Carroll. These
Nice
lights
touch.
are very old here. And if they ever do put in new lights, it would be nice to see them remodel and bring that set of lights back about 2 feet. It seems to be a prime spot to hit a ceiling shot in.
20-37.
Here we are. Match point. Killian wins the first one, 21-13. Looking for his last point here to go to the finals.
And misses it.
Side out.
Gets the setup.
A little bit of rumbling there from the crowd.
7-20. Side out.
That's frustrating.
Perfect serve.
There it
in the
is.
match. Impressive win.
I mean, that serve right there is about as good as you're ever going to see.
Well, it bounced twice before the back wall. When it's by you like that, you expect it to come off the back. There's nothing you can do.
I'd like to see the replay of that again. He goes over the top of the ball, slices it in a sort of counterclockwise motion to get that reverse, and that ball slides down that left wall. It was pretty impressive from Killian Carroll, who wins game number 1, 21-13, down 3-6 in game number 2, where he just fights back, and Emmett never really scores again, exception of one play. And, you know, some nice play from Emmett there for just a brief moment. He never really could get onto the scoreboard other than that one time, and Killian Carroll goes on.
See that, again, that impressive serve to win the match.
To an 18-1 run to win 21-7, and now he will be in the finals for the second straight year. We have another one coming up right around the corner. It's Paul Brady, who's seeking his 11th title. He has to get by Vic Perez, who's kind of the Cinderella story of this tournament. That one's going to come up next. So we're going to take a break and get ready for, we're talking about serves.
Yeah.
You want to see a guy that can serve the ball. Let's see Paul Brady load up.
Well, you posted one that he had yesterday that's about as good a serve as anyone's ever seen.
Well, I mean, if a guy serves the ball to you and the ball's only 18 inches away from you, and you can't even think about putting your hand down quick enough to get it, you know that ball's hit hard. We're going to see that sort of thing happen next as Paul Brady faces Vic Perez, who's from this area, so he's going to have a hometown crowd, and see what Paul does to try to quiet that crowd next. You're watching the 67th USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships in Fountain Valley, California, alongside Robert Gaither. My name is Dave Vincent. We're going to be back in just a bit. I guess they're going to give us about 10 to 15 minutes, so stick around. Help us share this. Hit the like button. Subscribe on YouTube Live. and we'll be back after you do all that stuff. Your checklist has to be full, though, or else we're not coming back. We'll be back in just a bit. Maybe we won't.
Maybe.
Hit the like button.
Good luck.
Welcome back to the 67th USHA Four-Wall National Handball Championships alongside Robert Gaither. My name is Dave Vincent, as this is the bottom bracket of the men's semifinals from Fountain Valley, California. Our referee is going to be Emmett Pichotte. Vic Perez, who is from the club Los Angeles Athletic Club, just down the street, has a huge hometown gathering, but then he's going up against arguably the greatest player of all time in Paul Brady, who's got a gathering everywhere he goes. You don't see many times where the crowd is going to root against Paul Brady. If you were to see it, it would be now, but you're still not going to see it.
You're still not going to see it. Well, it's a handball crowd, and they're going to be rooting for good handball. And you got one of the all-time greats in Paul Brady. And I got to see Vic Perez first time yesterday, an impressive win over Sean Lenning. Sean looked a little frustrated in that match. Part of it was his play, but a lot of it was Vic Perez dominating the match. Played very well. He beat an excellent opponent yesterday.
Paul Brady is 59-2 in Race for 8 play on the WPH Race for 8 Handball Tour. 14 titles, that's the most ever. Only losses in Race for 8 play were to Armando Ortiz twice.
Armando Ortiz spent quite a bit of time in our area in Missouri, going to Missouri State for a while, coming to a lot of our Kansas City tournaments.
We'll see him in doubles, but not in singles. In fact, he's only lost 4 games in the Nationals since 2005. Tony Healy and Luis Moreno, as well as 2 games in 2016 to Killian Carroll. That Moreno loss was in 2016 as well. Really felt that Luis was going to beat Paul Brady in that semifinal match, and then Killian came in and got him in that close tiebreaker. I guess what I'm trying to say is Paul Brady doesn't lose very often.
Doesn't lose very often.
Vic Perez is making his first ever semifinals appearance here at the Nationals. Also made his first and only semifinals in the Race for 8 at the Plummer event, where he beat Armando Ortiz, as you might recall.
Armando being one of the top offensive players in all the game of handball. I'm not sure, does he play much big ball as well, or is he?
Yeah, he's an excellent crossover player.
And a very accomplished 3-wall player as well. He's a very accomplished handball player. Interesting to see how Vic Perez handles the experience and power and control of Paul Brady here. Watching Paul's match yesterday, someone in the gallery had stated that if a blind person were in attendance, they could tell when Paul hit the ball as opposed to the opponent hit the ball. Just a different sound sometimes coming from the ball when Paul hits it. Not sure if there's something on the floor there. Maybe the coin that Emmett tossed to start the match is still on the ground.
Well, if it is, somebody needs to bend over and pick it up. I'm locked out, or else I'd be right there.
Yeah.
Now, they did have to wait some considerable time for our referee to get ready after his loss. It's a tradition in handball to have the person who, or the player that loses in the previous round, has to then referee. So then you're.
So that's what you want. You want somebody who's angry and upset to referee the next match.
That's right. That's the tradition part.
Although not really recall Emmett being angry and upset very often.
All right, we're about to start our second semifinal match.
And here's that announcement from our ref.
Serving, based out of Los Angeles from the LAAC, Vic Perez. Returning serve from County Cavan, Ireland, representing the NYAC, Paul Brady.
towel. There must
Come
still
on,
be
we had
something
momentum
on.
there.
I agree with the referee.
We had momentum. We get a California timeout before the match even starts.
These guys stood around waiting for a towel to be thrown in as we were waiting for the referee to get ready, and you know the door is just a couple inches away. But here at this facility, the door is locked when the players go in, so they lock it shut.
Katrina Casey is lined
and
up.
they can't communicate with the crowd very well.
No.
And I know these guys, they don't know sign language.
And it'd be very difficult to get someone to unlock that door for them, probably. When you get animals in a cage like this, sometimes you don't want to let them out.
0-0.
Best 2 out of 3 to 21, breaker to 11. This is the bottom semifinals, and the first service underway as Vic Perez in the server's box against one of the game's hardest ever hitters, Paul Brady. In the last 11 national championships that Paul Brady has played in, he's been in the finals. He didn't play in that year in 2011 when Dave Chapman came back and defeated Sean Lennon in 2 straight because Paul shattered a finger playing Gaelic football. He's a 2-sport star, and he had to take that year off.
He's kind of the Bo Jackson of Ireland, from what I understand.
So point. 1-0. Check it.
Yeah, that's going to be the size of a Frisbee in a couple days, if not already.
Not sure he put everything into that, but I'm sure Vic is happy that he had not put all he had into that one.
1-0.
It's almost automatic sometimes, the way he can take the ball on the way up.
2-0.
Well, Paul Brady's got the precision of a Dave Chapman and the strength of a Toddy Severa. I mean, look at that. Left hand above the waist.
The thing I noticed about Paul that he does that other players don't is he hits the ball on the way up a lot of times when he kills the ball. He doesn't wait for it to come back and set up. He's able to attack
4-0.
I don't know if that'll make the front wall. Doesn't really matter.
I think it hit a light, and that's why it hit the front wall.
Well, he certainly shanked it off the fish shot. You can see that he punched it wrong, but that ball came straight down off that ceiling. Look at these serves from Paul. I mean, you have Vic Perez diving for that ball on that serve.
6-0.
I mean, what else can you say? That's a revolving door that he makes look really easy. He hits it on a direct line rope.
7-0.
We're at 7-0, and we just hit 77 seconds on the stopwatch here. So the sevens are wild.
A lot of times on the revolving door, you see a guy hit the right sidewall first, but then you run the risk of hitting the player with the ball. Paul doesn't take that chance. Hits it straight down the left and gets the kill.
First timeout.
Vic quickly calling timeout.
Well, he wants to make sure that he has a little bit more TV time than the 24-minute pace Paul Brady's on right now. And that's not just game one. I'm talking about the whole match pace. You know, we run the professional handball tour, the race for 8, and when Paul Brady plays, usually he's the #1 seed or in the top bracket, but as we do that, we say, let's have the #1 seed play last because we already know the schedule is going to be out of whack, but when we put Paul on, he puts us all back into whack.
He brings it back
unwhacked. He unwhacks it. And that's what we like about Paul. So we've changed some of that. Some of these handball historians will say, the #1 seed is the last match of the day? That's not fair. It's like, well,
time in.
Put the tournament back on schedule.
We're using Paul, basically. Look at that serve. Again, how does Vic get that ball back?
I think they need to check to see if he's got a paddle. He might be playing pickleball there.
Another laser. Right corner kill. 2 quick ones after the timeout. Before the timeout, Doesn't really matter. After the timeout,
10-0.
doesn't matter. Same guy.
Short.
That's all you can do is hope he hits it short.
Second serve.
You know, the crowds are always historically quiet here. But they don't even know what to say. Oh, and he does a backhanded flip that makes the front wall. It had a strange checkup, but that's only because he had a reversed underhand spin to that ball.
That's something he practices on a daily basis, though.
So if Paul has that and he has that, there's a lot of that's involved here.
He did apologize for it, so you know.
Yeah. Apologize that you hit it right to me. Look at that serve. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's all you can say.
Just fighting to get into a point, let alone win one.
12-0. Short. Second serve. Side out.
Big opportunity. Need to take advantage.
0-12.
This could be it. Ball slid, but it was, I don't think they're going to give it to him. But it did slide there at the very end.
Looked like it.
It should have wrapped.
Slide ball.
And they call the slide.
0-12.
Does not argue.
We're going to do that over and hit a bad bounce. 0-12. Down.
The crowd just trying to get any type of point on the scoreboard there for Vic Perez. Paul now using crack serves, hops,
13-0.
reverses down the left. See if he reverses to the left here. Doesn't really matter. He's got everything today. Paul Brady's looking unbeatable at this moment.
14-0.
That looked like it hit his elbow.
15-0. Short.
Just short on that.
That's a little reverse that he just misses.
Second serve.
But you see it double bounces the back wall. Go with that two-wall serve here. Not the best two-wall serve I've seen Paul ever do. Doesn't matter. Goes between the legs, kicks it down the middle with a little hop to the left.
16-0.
Gee, Willikers.
Vic not even able to get a serve back and get in the rally, let alone push Paul in any sort of way here.
17-0.
Oh, look at that. I thought it was going to stick in. That was a great little reverse, but it just clipped that side wall.
And it shows you how good of a player Perez is. You give him an opening and he puts it away. But against a player like Paul, he just can't put anything together.
And there it is. First point now for Vic Perez.
Some cheering from the crowd as he gets first point.
Yesterday in the quarterfinals, he was up against Abraham Montijo 16-0 as well, before Abe scored a few points. And broadcast partner Dave Fink said to me on text that that's when Paul Brady's at his weakness, is when he's up 16-0.
Just got to make sure you get him in that position.
Paul's taking it really easy right here, and he's still
18-2.
hits the perfect shot. 18-2, game number one.
Way to take advantage of the opportunity to get the front court, passes to Paul and gets the point on that.
We just hit the 9-minute mark.
Point.
And there's a point, 3-18.
Check it, please.
Wouldn't be surprised if Paul called a timeout here.
Check it real quick, Vic. 3-18. Point.
There's a great shot there from Vic Perez and a spattering of applause in the gallery here.
4-18.
They've seen so much great handball in Southern California that it really does take a lot to get this crowd to get energized.
a little bit of a roll here.
5-18.
You see, it's a completely different Brady now, right?
Once he gets that first point, it's almost like
Point.
he let off the accelerator a little bit.
It's just a different Brady,
6-18.
and he's let up a lot here. And now 6 straight points for Vic Perez. And that's unavoidable, right?
Definitely could have been called at least a hinder, if not an avoidable. Creating a hinder while advancing your position is the definition of an avoidable.
18-6.
Vic Perez is a very good outdoor big ball player where that's a great serve.
Point.
Where that sort of crossover
19-6.
midway through the rally is sort of allowed. It's kind of an unwritten rule. I say against Brady, you just do everything you can, see if the referee's going to call it within reason without anybody getting hurt.
If you're going to make a ref call an avoidable in that, I guess you're going to take that chance.
There it is. Paul Brady takes down Vic Perez in a very quick 10.5 minutes for game number 1. We're going to take a break. We're going to be back after this instant replay here of that flat rollout from Paul Brady. 21-6, 10-minute first game. Wow. Semifinals. We'll have game number 2 coming up next. Stick around here at the USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships of the men's semifinals between Vic Perez and Paul Brady. We'll find out who goes into the men's finals after game 2 or possibly 3 concludes. Stick around here with WPHLive.TV. We are back for game number 2 here at Los Caballeros Sports Village, Fountain Valley, California. Dave Vincent, Robert Gaither, Jr. The third. Paul Brady takes care of Vic Perez in game number 1, 21-6. He was up 16-0 before Perez scored 4 unanswered. Looked like Brady was going to put a 0 on Vic, and probably could have, but just decided to take his foot off the pedal and still look pretty dang good.
Yeah. All right, about to start the second game. Paul is serving 0-0.
Our referee, Emma Pachot, calls 0-0, and we're back into it with a laser of a serve from Paul Brady.
This rare miss from Paul Brady off the back wall.
0-0. Short. Second serve. Side out.
There's another side out. Paul Brady looked stealth yesterday.
0-0.
And he just flipped it up a notch here today. He's one of those players that just gets better when the rounds advance on. Everybody else looks like they've lost a step or two, not Paul.
He doesn't look like he's lost a step at all today.
In all the years you've watched Paul Brady,
1-0.
here at this advanced age, he just doesn't look like he's any younger than when he was in his mid-20s.
No, he looks sharp. He looks like
2-0.
he could keep going.
Oh my gosh. A fadeaway left corner kill with the left hand from Paul Brady. He's got it all.
3-0.
He's got everything working today.
Short.
All business here today from Paul.
Second serve.
He's had a few injuries over the years, back spasms. You see that he's not wearing that elbow brace that he normally wears on his right elbow. No injuries that I even know of. And usually you find out about these things right before the tournament starts. That Paul seems to be playing injured almost all the time, but here he looks so pure. Like a baby fawn in there.
Nice pass shot there from Vic. Was able to get the opportunity and keep it down the right wall, and Paul unable to retrieve it.
1-3. Short ball. Check it.
Is this the first time they've played on the tour, or do they have?
Second serve.
They have played before, and it's sort of the same result.
Set up.
You know, Paul Brady's won 14 race rate titles, so that means he's beating a lot of people on the way through there.
Correct.
It's not like they've played a lot.
3-1.
Certainly.
Nice get.
Point.
Once again, the player that's forced to hit off the back wall towards the front wall loses the point.
4-1.
Not a good position to be in. Replay. Point.
Somebody's yelling for scream from the crowd there.
All right, screen.
And the ref gives it to him. No argument.
Short.
I think the referee just said to Vic, were you screened? And he said yes, and
Second
so the
serve.
referee gave it to him. But that came from the crowd, right?
It did.
That's a rule that's going to be looked at and is being looked at by the WPH for this next upcoming season. I thought that ball was short. Where the referee isn't going to be influenced by those in the gallery. You know, we've had some players take timeouts, and during the timeout, somebody in the gallery would because of technology, they're able to see these instant replay cameras are showing replays of what the announcers are talking about, and the gallery will say something to the player, or the player's sitting there themselves looking and saying, that was short, why didn't I call it? They go back in, call the short, referee agrees, because they too are looking at the replay. So there's having the technology is great, but then...
Well, handball, and as opposed to other sports, the referee does have the option to change his call, so not really sure what leads into the decision to change your call or not, having refereed a few matches in my day. I have changed my call, so not really sure I've let the gallery affect my decision to change a call. Maybe second glance in your mind or a line judge here or there, but definitely should not allow the gallery to let you change a call like that.
Well, I know in a match yesterday, our referee was Shorty Ruiz, and one of the players returned the ball, and it was definitely short. The rally was long, and I heard right behind me in the gallery somebody look over at Emmett Peugeot's wife and say that ball was short to the wife. She goes, totally agree. Then they were calling for a towel, and somebody called up to the referee and said, did you see that short? And he said, no, my line judges are here. So that guy looks back and said, did you see it short to the line judge? Yeah, everyone's agreeing that it's short. So Emmett opens up the door, throws the towel out, and someone says, appeal the serve. Like this, like everybody out here saw this. So he did, and he got the call overturned. So is that fair, or is that, you know, because part of the game is also to follow what you see.
Right.
But are we at a point now where the fans can jump in and dictate things like that?
Well, if the player called for it, but if he was influencing, that's a dilemma.
What about just saying that when you call for a towel timeout, that means that the play's over?
Correct.
You're now on to the next play.
I would agree with that as well.
But then why even make the rule if you want to get the call correct? Yeah. So then you're back to the square one. Paul Brady, big setup here. Little congestion in the middle of the court, both of these players.
Vic doing a good job of going after the ball and getting it, but still can't get Paul out of the middle of the court, and Paul misses it there. And Vic looks noticeably tired after that point.
1-7. Set up.
And a good serve erase by Paul Brady with an excellent return.
7-1. Point. Eight, 1.
Good job of Vic ending the run by Paul to get the serve again. Like Paul could have run out of a bunch of points on that end.
Set up.
Finds another mouse in that corner there after that setup.
8-1.
Score is 8-1 here in game number 2. Brady was up 16-0 in game 1 before Vic Perez scored 6, but Brady ends up
9-1.
taking it 21-6. And now he's, what, 12 points away from being back into the finals for the 12th straight time. It's a personal 12th straight, not necessarily 12 straight years, but he took 1 year off, as we said earlier, because of that broken finger, as he's a star in Gaelic football at the time in Ireland, 2 sports star, and he got that finger stepped on. That ball was, I think, short.
It was awful close. I've seen Paul do that a number of times. When the ball comes around the left wall, he puts his back up against the wall and hits it with his right. I've seen a little bit better result before that than he did on this one. This big
2-9.
Nice shot there from Vic Perez. I thought that there was a little congestion there right before that shot, like a hinder possibly. But we're talking tic-tac stuff here.
Right.
And you know Paul's already not trying to get calls at all from the referee.
Short.
I believe he had a couple short balls that he could have easily have called, and he just let the rally end, and that was that.
Good shot of Vic ending the rally on that, though, getting the winner. Another put away as he has Paul in deep court. It's another point.
4-9.
Nice serve. Now you just need to repeat that a few times.
5-9.
Just do the same thing. It's so easy. Just roll it out off the sidewall.
Short.
Wow, that could have been a really good serve right there.
No
Second
appeal.
serve.
That was one of those that if you just get that over the line, now you have that crack to the left, the one to the right. You're already scoring a few points here.
He's getting a little bit of momentum here in the second game.
Crowd's really quiet.
6-9.
Excellent serve. Good return. But for the most part, Paul has a sidearm stroke, but every now and then you'll see that Irish whip, and he did it with his fist on that one, his left hand.
He's very creative up front with that modified Irish. Vic just seems much more relaxed here. Paul's not crushing the ball like he was earlier, so
6-9.
Vic certainly is having to execute, and it seems like he is. This is sort of the way that Vic was playing against Sean Linning yesterday when they played, where he was given opportunities and he seemed to be kind of seizing the moment. And that's what you're seeing here in the last
9-6.
maybe 7 change of hands and points that have been scored.
That was close. Does he appeal it? No. Well, yesterday was a combination of Vic playing well and Sean not capitalizing opportunities.
I can tell you, Paul Brady's 2-wall serve is not very good this.
It doesn't seem to be
this
going
day.
where he wants it to, but still.
It becomes huge setups off the back wall. He's trying to hit that sidewall on his 2-wall serve. I don't know why he would ever do it when he has stuff like that.
Right.
That he develops off that other great serve that just slides walls.
Well, he had a couple second serve aces yesterday as well, so he can hit the power serve on the second serve as well without going to a slower serve.
That's a beautiful back wall setup replay there from Paul Brady, hitting that ball right down the right wall after a serve that was kind of in a similar position. Paul's able to do this. He's able to hit a ball down the right wall with his right hand cutting underneath the ball, which would be a natural hook, but he hits it so hard that you don't see any of that naturalness to his hand motion, but the ball flattens out, stays against the off the sidewall, double bounces, or if you're able to catch up to it, you're just in a terrible position because you're stuck on a wall now.
Yeah.
And then he's able to go over to the left side and do the exact same thing by reversing the ball with the same amount of speed. These guys that have these really good hop serves or wrinkles on the ball, they usually have 2 different speeds when they do it, and you can kind of tell after a while, but not with Paul.
Yeah, they normally, if they're going to put a big hop on it, they'll take a little something off the pace. And with Paul, you don't get that. He has just as much pace with his hops as he does when he hits it
1 minute.
without a hop.
1 minute.
That's why I say, why do that 2-wall serve?
Right.
Because he's going to make Vic run the most on that serve. We saw earlier in game 1 that Vic was diving for balls on the serve. So right now he doesn't have that 2-wall serve working. I know it was popular for him on these courts years ago, but he hasn't, at least 3 that I've seen in a row that have been fat off the back wall. And what a bad day it is when I'm fixated on Paul Brady's second serve. Trying to find any weakness this guy has.
You got to do something to find a weakness with him.
I finally found it. The 2-wall serve isn't working. On the second serve, mind you.
On the second serve, which he hasn't had many of today.
Just 3.
Well, let's just say that obviously doesn't have a lot of practice with his second serve today.
Players now in the middle of a full costume change here. You're watching the 67th USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships live from Los Caballeros Sports Village in Fountain Valley, California. Paul Brady trying to get right back to the finals to face Killian Carroll, who won earlier against Emmett Pashot in 2 straight.
Score is 11-6.
Hits him in the head.
Wow, that hurt.
Yeah.
That hurt me.
That had a different sound to it. That wasn't a normal smack. That was a thud.
11-6. Short.
Here we go. Let's see what he does with the second serve. Looks like a 2-wall serve coming. I think that is more of what you're thinking he's going to do with the second serve, as he gets a setup and buries it down the right wall.
12-6.
12-6 here. Oh my. Little reverse there. Yeah, it does touch the left wall, but that's just to stop the momentum for a double bounce.
It doesn't come out. Give you a chance to.
Now players are now doing that. You know, in the old days when you're able to hop the ball down the wall, you're trying to make it so it wouldn't even touch that wall. But that's like hitting a grand slam.
6-13.
He's just wanting to hit the furthest home run you've ever seen.
Right.
That ball goes down, clips that side wall, stops the momentum, and that double bounces the back wall. I find that as actually harder to do.
Well, there's no place to hit the ball because the wall gets in the way if you try to hit it.
Right. Looked like Vic was trying to get Paul back on for hitting him in the head there. Vic still missed that.
Vic,
that's how good Paul is.
Still controlling. Oh, that's a mistake.
I think Vic could win this rally here if he.
He's controlled the middle of the court for the most part in this point.
Both of them have made defensive shots, but Paul. Watch out, Vic. There it is.
That was a little bit of a gift from Paul. As all he would have had to do was hit him with the ball and would have probably got an avoidable call on that, as Vic did not make any attempt to get out of the way.
That was a long rally, probably the best one between these two, and both of them have to be feeling that, wouldn't you think?
I would say so.
I saw Vic take a couple long breaths there as he was walking up to the server's box, but Paul Brady didn't look like he was with the same young legs as he walked back to return that serve.
Second serve.
This is why you can't sleep on Vic Perez. Nice hit.
I think he owes him 25 cents there for the court tour. As he put him up, then back, wins the point.
And that's good for Vic Perez's camp, because he made Paul Brady breathe on the previous rally, and then he does it again. Short ball, no call.
Takes a little bit of pace off of that serve. And can't get it out of the corner in the back.
I thought that ball was short, Rob.
13-8.
Big setup. Ooh. Oh. Interesting bounce off. Hits the back wall before the floor. Doesn't come up as a setup as like you thought it would.
14-8.
A little bit of a break for Paul on
There's
that.
that little area back there too that's made of concrete and not glass, so you kind of expect the ball to do different things. Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's just hit a backhand on that.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Why not?
15-8.
Wasn't a clear winner, but still a very effective shot. Oh,
Point.
Yeah, completely caught him off balance down the right on that one.
16-8. Point.
Not giving him anything to hit.
Timeout, Vic. Timeout.
Paul's timeout. That's a well-placed timeout, as Paul was able to run off several points in a row. Cuts into the momentum a little bit.
Vic Perez I felt that serve was popped up on that camera hole in the front, and he was, he's not a type to argue with the referee or even ask for anything, but I think he was looking up there waiting for somebody to say something. But I know that rally started with the serve that hit what looked to be the front camera wall hole, and it popped up. And though it was completely, I would say in favor of Vic, I think it was sort of in his head just a little bit.
Yeah.
He stopped, he looked at the referee, he took a little bit of time out, kind of regather himself.
Resuming play. 17.
Vic doesn't even leave the court on that timeout. Maybe nobody was able to unlock the door for him.
That's no screen called, and no look up from Paul Brady either.
No, I think he wanted that one.
8-17.
Paul Brady getting some momentum here in the second game.
This match is now at 37 and a half minutes. Game number 2 has been considerably slower than game 1.
Wow.
Set up.
Opts for the fly kill as opposed to taking it off the back wall. Was able to hit a right corner kill shot on that. Nice shot.
8-17. Set up.
Missed opportunity there. Had a back wall set up and hits it to the floor. Gives Paul the serve again.
17-8. Short.
Very close serve. Looks like it clipped the line there.
Second serve.
Paul able to win another point, extends the lead.
18-8.
Wow.
Point.
It's on cruise control now.
That one was coming right into our kitchen here.
You see the little wrinkle he puts on it. Not a big hop, but lots of pace on the serve.
When it's going that fast, it doesn't have to be big.
No.
Because you need to make these micro adjustments to your footwork, and it's so fast that you have to make another adjustment. It doesn't really matter how much it turns. See if it goes to the right here. Doesn't. Goes back to the left. Now let's look at this 2-wall serve, Rob. Darn it.
How advanced he's got it.
Now
Second serve.
Going to go away from it.
He
Looks
is.
to the left, which means he might serve. Nope. Thought he's going to go to the right. This is match point. There it is. 12 straight finals now.
Impressive.
For Paul Brady as he defeats Vic Perez 21-6, 21-8, and he will try to take that trophy away from Killian Carroll tomorrow right here on the live broadcast. Paul Brady taking down Vic Perez. Your thoughts on what you've seen from Paul Brady so far in this tournament, Rob?
Well, when you see the first match with Killian Carroll, he looks extremely impressive. But after this impressive display from Paul Brady, you got to think that even as the lower seed, he's got an excellent chance to come in and win tomorrow. It's going to be exciting to watch that match against two countrymen coming over here to California to play the Nationals.
Do you believe that, even at this advanced age, and Paul hasn't had the success here in the last couple years as he's had earlier in his career, do you believe that that sort of Tiger Woods effect is still happening to some of these players where when they play him, they're in awe that they're actually playing against a Paul Brady and the big stage collapses on them just a bit?
I would say so. I mean, you're playing Paul Brady, you're playing the experience, the history, all that goes into it. I haven't seen anything change, even though he's had a couple of losses. The last time that Mondo was able to beat him, it was a huge deal. It wasn't a normal deal. It wasn't something you're used to. And I think that's still the case. Anytime that he loses on the handball court, it's a big deal.
Well, he doesn't anticipate losing at all this weekend. Paul Brady will, of course, continue his tournament and seek his 11th title, as he is going to try to tie Nadi Alvarado Sr. for 11 as well. The men's finals is scheduled for Saturday Pacific time. That is going to be at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, right here at this facility. It'll be I believe, our first match of the day. So it's going to be interesting, going to be fun, and I know that a lot of people are going to talk about this because there's not really a great frame of reference on whether or not Paul Brady is playing better than Killian Carroll to this point or not, because the scores are about the same as you look down the score line. You could just go off of what you see, but then they're playing different opponents. So how well would Paul do against Emmett today? Would Emmett have kept him on the court longer? Would it have taken some of Paul's legs away, and vice versa? And how Vic Perez could have played Killian?
Well, the points were definitely longer in the first match, at least in the first game, compared to the first game today from Paul. But that's an excellent observation. They both look extremely impressive, and it's like the two guys that are peaking at the right time are going to play in the finals, which is what you want in a tournament like this.
Well, Paul Brady takes down Vic Perez in 2 straight, 21-6, 21-8. Earlier, it was Emmett Peixote losing to Killian Carroll, so that sets up that men's finals tomorrow at 12:30 Pacific time, right here on YouTube Live. So we do appreciate the fact that you've tuned in for that. We have a couple more matches to play today that will play out as the men's big ball quarterfinals will be coming up. And I believe, we see Sal Duenas. He's the #1 seed in the big ball 4-wall arena here, and he's playing against a gentleman by the last name of Molina. And so we're going to watch that, and we're going to commentate on it as well. So that's coming up next. Give us about 5-10 minutes or so. It might even be quicker than that, but we do have a quarterfinal match with big ball and Sal Duenas leading the way as the #1 seed. Coming up next here for Rob Gaither, Jeff Kastner, Matt Taitano. My name is Dave Vincent. Thanks for tuning in to the USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships. More continued coverage from WPHLive.tv coming up next.
Gabriel. 1 or 2? Uno o dos. It's 1. So he starts first. See.
Welcome back to Los Caballeros Sports Village in Fountain Valley, California, where the men's quarterfinals of the big ball kicks off. Sal Duenas versus Gabriel Molina. Gabriel coming in from San Antonio, Texas for this national championship, and a really quick right corner kill there from the Wizard as we welcome in Shorty Ruiz here to the broadcast booth. These guys are going to work really fast, Shorty.
I think so. The game might last a little longer because traditional scoring, but should be a fun match.
Point.
You know, Molina's still warming up. It's not quite there yet.
Short. Second serve.
Another kill shot from Sal Duenas. He's pretty comfortable when he's in his game.
He's not only comfortable, but also the other C word, confident. And when he's confident at a handball tournament, he does fairly well. Now, I'm not talking about that usual Duenas confidence where he says he's going to win every tournament and he should be the #1 seed. But we're talking about when you watch him early in a bracket and he has a lot of confidence when he's in there, you know that he's going to be like a wrecking ball, literally and figuratively.
I gotta agree.
Point.
And he's scoring points right now. That's one thing about indoor big ball, or what they call wall ball now, that I find is kind of a cool phenomenon. You have, this is very similar to the days of when small ball first started kicking off on a national level. You had players in so many different cities and clubs that said, well, I'm the best player in the city and I don't know how anybody could be better than me. And then those that they play with also say that, hey, we're going to put money together and get you to go to the nationals because we know you're good. And then you go and you face somebody like a Sal Duenas who's so comfortable in these courts, and you find out really quickly that you're not even in the same discussion.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's kind of how the early days of these national championships kicked off, where that's why they had the nationals. That's why the #1 seed from the previous year, the winner of the previous year, would be the #1 seed the next year, because that's how they kind of ranked the players.
Yeah.
And you had a lot of these guys come from all over the world just to try to see if they could be the best.
You know, it's other than the outdoor game, but in four-wall, you can't really put a #1 seed on anybody in four-wall. You know, anybody who'll be a #1 seed. Every year, somebody's winning different.
Well, we're in the infancy of this big ball four-wall indoor game, and it's exciting. And now you're seeing 9 straight points here for Sal Duenas.
9-0.
Oh, and Molina just couldn't even get off of the block there to go get that shot from Sal. You would say that Sal's in the top, certainly in the top 10, top 5 players indoor big ball.
Yeah, I gotta agree.
Shorty, you too, and because they only allow the 2 divisions, that's unavoidable that they didn't call, but you didn't play, and I know that there had been moments where you said,
11-0.
man, I want to be in this bracket, because you would certainly be probably the #1 seed if you would have entered.
Yeah, I think I would have been the #1 seed.
But what was going through your head when you decided that you weren't going to do it, and what was your rationale there? Get the title or do the thing that you love to do, or, you know, how did you pick?
I mean, when it comes to handball, I will always choose small ball over big ball. But if I'm able to play 3 divisions, then for sure it's going to be big ball. It's going to be one of them. But
well, I could see you playing big ball doubles and singles. and taking home 2 trophies this weekend, but you opted for small ball. That ball was short on the serve, no call. Sal Duenas lives right down the street, or at least used to. Now, I believe is more in the high desert of California.
I believe so. I think somewhere in Hesperia or something like that.
I mean, I think he was in Santa Ana, which is just, you know, here, basically. Fountain Valley, California. Sal's the type of guy that when you come into town and you have a question about a landmark or you want to go to an eating establishment, he's like a built-in GPS. He tells you everything about whatever the subject is when it comes to Disneyland to anything in Orange County.
Or the Black Bear Diner.
Black Bear Diner. He knows all about that.
So this should be a fairly fast game. And you got Molina with a kill shot.
0 serves 14.
Score here is 0-14. This is a quarterfinal matchup.
14 serves 0.
Did you hear Jimmy London win tiebreaker yesterday?
I did not hear that.
In his match. He went tiebreaker. Good for Jimmy.
I like hearing that.
15 serves 0.
15-0. Screenshot.
15 serves 0.
You know, big ball players are able to play through those screens because they traditionally still play through them at the parks.
And indoor, it's not really one of those things that is called much, but it depends, I guess, on the referee, because the ref could come in and install that traditional screen or avoidable, and now everything's going to change.
Yeah.
But you have a referee here that's calling it the way that it probably should be called, because this ball is much slower. You can see through some of those picks and screens.
Yeah.
Point.
Maybe not through Sal.
Well, Sal's the X factor in that discussion. As big as Sal is, he can still get around the court, man.
Oh, he can. He surprises a lot of people when he's in there chasing.
Point. Serves 0.
And we still, and I don't believe we'll see a timeout from Molina. You know, anybody else would have taken a timeout by now. And he's just still playing in there.
Point. Serves 0. Side out.
It's a pretty good return there from Molina.
Is Molina going to get lucky and get a point?
18.
I think he will. Ooh, and that was his opportunity. Had the Black Bear behind him there.
Side out.
Gets another shot.
0 serves 18.
I have my fingers crossed for this young guy. Big setup here.
And
there it
got
is.
It.
Hands together. It almost seemed as if Duenas was sort of kind of willing him to take an offensive shot.
Yeah.
See, he's taking a lot of these balls up top, giving him setups that he's really not able to handle off the back wall. And you pros, elite players, are able to diagnose a newbie pretty quickly. You can see him in there hitting the ball, and you say, yeah, he looks like he knows what he's doing. But then when you find a weakness, you just go to it.
Yeah.
And Sal found out that Molina's not very good off the back wall.
No, he doesn't. His ceiling shots are working really good for him.
I saw a slide there. I saw a slide.
And I guess Sal Duenas wanted that slide. Maybe winning 18-1, and he's arguing the slide.
Side out.
Molina came back with a kill shot.
The handball gods. Molina was a little late getting to the court here today, and the official word was that it was going to be considered a forfeit. The tournament director came to us and said, this is a forfeit, and we're looking for a replacement. And I pointed at the screen and said, well, the guy that you just forfeited is actually standing on the court right now. They said, oh, okay, we'll let him play then. So I guess it all sort of worked itself out.
Seems like he's warming up now.
Well, that no slide call got into his head here. Now he's hitting the ball perfect.
Point.
Sal Duenas seems to be smiling in there.
3 serves 18.
Oh, that's an avoidable.
Yeah.
Referee not going to call it. Sal's at a stage here. It's such a big lead that you don't really argue with the ref.
Point.
And that shot works 9 times out of 10, but
4 serves 18.
a little too relaxed was Duenas.
Point.
Nice pass shot.
Five serves 18.
Gabriel Molina is listed as from San Antonio, Texas. And, you know, I'd say we have to apologize because we don't have a lot of backstory on this guy because of that story I told earlier.
Ooh.
That's why you wear eye guards. The backstory didn't happen because he was late showing up and he was almost forfeited.
Good shot.
That's what happens when you hit a guy square in the face with the ball.
6 serves 18.
He smiles, shakes your hands, and then does an overhand tomahawk in the right corner.
Point.
Now he's scoring at will here.
Yeah, it seems like he's getting warmed up in there now. Are we gonna witness a comeback?
That Gabriel is a top fronton player down in Mexico.
Oh. That explains his underhand serve.
He's originally from Guadalajara. So you know he's playing 2-wall handball down there. And he's a top player now living in San Antonio, Texas, and trying to take up this form of handball. And I would say there's no, because it can't happen, but it's no 2-wall courts. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever said, that have a back wall.
That's true.
Right? So it's probably one of the first times he's able to even see a back wall. But it's nice to see that he made the trip.
Yes. It's always good to see new faces.
Side out.
Even if they are 15 minutes late.
Yeah, that's true.
19 serves 8.
19-8.
Point. Possible game point serves 8.
Another screen, no call.
Side out.
Young Gabriel going to get another chance to get into the box to score some points here. I think he's one of these players that's just going to get better with every point, because it's clear that he's trying to pick up this style of game, and he's an athlete. But he's just unfamiliar with what's going on with some of these shots here. Sal's going to try to score this last point and force game number 2 to happen in 5 minutes.
I'm going to call that down. That was going down.
And there it is. First game goes to Sal Duenas defeating Gabriel Molina. And we'll have game 2 in 5 minutes. Shorty, if you can, stick around. We'll be back for game number 2 around the corner here at the USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships. Men's quarterfinals of the big ball, WallBall division, 4-wall indoor will continue with Gabriel Molina trying to get onto the scoreboard with a win versus Sal Duenas next. Stick with us. WPHLive.TV. We are back at Los Caballeros Sports Village in Fountain Valley, California for game number 2 as Sal Duenas loads up here against Gabriel Molina. Winning the first one 21-8. This is the quarterfinals of the men's big ball singles at the show court.
Game number 2.
As Shorty Ruiz steps into the booth with us. Shorty, this is sort of that feel that you get when the Olympics has a instructional sport that they're bringing in, or a sport that they're going to highlight. Like this year, they're going to have 3-on-3 basketball. This is kind of like one of those tester sports at the Nationals.
Yeah.
I mean, get that feeling anyway.
Point.
Yeah. People still are new to it.
1-0.
Some people like watching it, and others like playing it when they want to convert, you know, small ball players.
Side out.
And you know, it'll be nice to get some crossover players to play in it.
Court. Second serve.
Yeah, that would be the nice thing. And I think the way to do it would be to allow 3-way play. If you play in a small ball event, you know, you allow it if you're playing in a small ball, then you're going to see some crossover players.
Yeah.
If that's what your true goal is, that's how you would have to do it.
1-7-1.
Because if you saw small ball players in here, it would be very exciting.
It would be.
Because their fans would be here and pulling for them, and it'd just be interesting. Let's see who the best players really are.
So you got Molina in there, 2-1 now. So seems it's going a little bit better for him this game.
Side out.
Well, as I say, clearly the kid's a good athlete, but as he progresses in this match and in the tournament, you will definitely see him getting better with every single ball that he hits. Because he's like a computer that's learning every single one of these shots.
2 serves 2. Point.
Sal Duenas is also like a computer.
3 serves 2.
Oh, nice shot there.
2 serves 3. Side out.
Another kill shot from Sal Duenas.
Point. 4 serves 2. Side out.
Wow. Molina's looking comfortable right now. Kill shot 38 feet away.
Point. 3 serves 4. Point.
There's another point for Molina.
4 serves 4.
4-4.
Originally from Guadalajara down in Mexico, now living in San Antonio, Texas, and now he just makes it look easy.
He's comfortable now.
This is why when you have that lead that Sal had in the first game, you start playing around a little bit, you are allowing a young guy to learn things. And now this young guy is starting to learn that if I can push you around too, and when I do, I either get a setup or a point or a side out.
Yeah.
This is why you have to close out your victims as quick as you can sometimes.
Side out.
And there's a timeout called from Sal. The 4-wall National Handball Championships are here at Los Caballeros Sports Village in Fountain Valley, California. Shorty Ruiz, you're still in the doubles. You play at 4:45?
Yes, we play against Carlos Chavez and Vince Munoz.
Carlos Chavez, Vince Munoz, and that's in the open doubles. And you're playing with Buddy Dillon.
Buddy Dillon.
Okay.
Not Buddy the Elf, but Buddy Dillon.
Okay.
It should be a good match.
And your lady friend, Ashley Moeller, is in the women's bracket. She's in the quarters. Kicks off today.
Yes.
And she's playing somebody I know.
She's from Minnesota.
Go through my mental Rolodex on that to figure out exactly who you're referring to. I thought the last name was Smith, or is I could be wrong on that. Kristina?
Kristina, I think.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
You might be right.
I believe that will be a quarterfinal match, and they're going to move that on to this court after this one concludes, just because they believe it's going to be competitive. That's going to be Kristina Langhorst. Now, I contend that Gabino Velasquez match against Chavez is actually a very competitive match. That would come up next in Big Ball, which they're preempting that one. I'm pushing that to another court and bringing your lady friend Ashley in, which I also believe is going to be competitive, but I'm not sure if it's going to be as competitive as that Big Ball match would be.
Yeah, that Big Ball match is going to be a real tight game. There's not going to be that many room for errors.
Time in. Scores.
That would have been a good game to watch.
Well, I would almost say that you can play that one right after this one, because these guys aren't really messing around when it comes to time.
No.
It might seem like it's kind of dragging on here, but it's actually pretty quick. We're halfway, or the first half of the second game is approaching. First game's already over. You could almost throw that other one in. Still somewhat stay on schedule, I would say.
I believe so.
It's going to be all the way up there toward the dotted line. I don't know why that ball is sometimes so hard for these players to get back to the front wall. It goes front to back and then all the way to the front again, and you see a lot of misses. And it's to be the closest time you'll ever be to the front wall, and yet you see so many misses.
Looks easy, but it's not.
That's a great two-wall pass. A two-wall punch pass with the offhand.
Wow. So if you could do it, I could do it too.
We're all together at 6 here. Sal's giving Molina a look of every little trick that he knows in this court. He goes up to the roof. That one cuts front wall and taps the ceiling, comes straight down. And if you're not familiar with, in Fronton, they're not necessarily playing with the ceiling.
No.
So that in itself, you have to know all the characteristics of what this ball is going to do after it hits that chopped ceiling shot. I don't know what you call that.
Serve 6.
You notice that a lot of these big ball players, they like flying the ball before it goes to the back wall.
Yeah. Not realizing that with just maybe 45 minutes of practice, they would realize exactly that ball is going to end up off the back wall exactly where they would serve it.
Yeah.
So it's in a very comfortable, natural position for them, but they are insecure and unaware of what that ball can do for them.
Side out.
Unlike Sal there, he actually lets it go to the back wall when he should have tried to cut it off.
Yeah.
I say that jokingly. That was actually a good shot
6 serves 10.
from young Gabriel. That's always kind of been my problem of gauging whether I should let it go to the back wall or take it. Sometimes you get caught in la-la land. You have to be very decisive, or else you're letting the ball play you, and it just doesn't work well in this game. No. Other sports, sometimes it's okay, but generally it just doesn't work in any sport. Sal looks like he's starting to get tired.
He does.
Making some lazy shots here.
7 serves 10.
7-10.
Side out.
Or not. When Sal wants to, he puts the ball down.
Well, that was just a terrible serve. but I agree with you.
I don't know what that was.
Molina just doesn't realize he can use his strong hand and pop that ball to the back wall. Either, with a more complicated fish shot, but probably the only way he would have gotten it back to the front wall.
12 serve 7.
But certainly an underhand paddle to the back wall could have done the trick. With some, again, more practice on one of these courts, he could have figured that out. But practicing by yourself is a lot different than actually playing somebody, because you will never see that shot in practice. You wouldn't even know you could do it unless you played somebody. He'll know after this match, because Sal has hit pretty much every type of shot you could, so he'll know it at least exists. I can see this kid being a good player.
I can too.
7 serve 13.
Like you said, some practice in the court.
He's going to have to get rid of that type of shot. Oh, when he gets that back.
Side out. 13-7. Side out.
7-13. And he's hanging in there. He's not giving up yet. Wow. Good get from Duenas. With the fish shot, kill shot.
8-13. Point. 9 serves 13. Point.
It's a good serve.
Now scoring points rather quickly here.
10 serves 13.
I would think that Sal would probably call a timeout again if a couple more points were scored.
Side out.
But that seems to be the kryptonite right now for young Molina. A ball that goes to the back wall, but out of arm's length to hit it before it gets to the back wall. I guess that's sort of the trick for Sal, is to try to make sure he gets it by Molina enough that it will go to the back wall without Molina cutting it off. Because then once it goes back there, the percentages are very low.
Yeah.
For a return. Although we did see Molina track down a ball that I don't think anybody in the world would have ever gotten just a couple seconds ago to the right side. The guy's certainly fast.
Yeah, I don't know how he got that.
It was out of our camera angle, so well, maybe it wasn't. We're looking at two different camera feeds here, so I think there's a good chance we just missed it.
Eleven 15.
Your brother Ricky Ruiz is an amazing indoor big ball player. Shorty.
I don't know why he didn't play in this.
This would be something that is another trophy on that amazing trophy case that you guys have back home. That your dad and you and Ricky and I don't want to leave out Martin, but he doesn't have one on there, so kind of have to. Actually, the trophy case is made out of Corona crates, so it does incorporate your brother.
It does.
But I haven't seen you and Ricky play against each other in big ball 4-wall, and that would be a treat. That would be a great finals out here, which is exactly probably what it would be if you both were on opposite sides of the bracket. That would be an interesting one to watch.
It would be a good match.
Sal taking it very easy and then just got eaten up almost by that shot off the back wall. Sal was just a couple inches away there from trying to be too fancy because the ball went off the back wall and kind of came back at his body.
Yeah.
Taking it a little too easy.
About that a
Oof. Molina didn't hear that.
Slip. Can you check the ball, please? Replay 15 serves 11.
Seems like the courts are getting a bit wet.
Side out.
And Molina goes here, is a kill shot. Can I serve now?
11 serves 15.
Wow.
That's one of those rounded corner shots. It hits basically dead center on the crack on that left side wall and just comes down the wall instead of coming out. And you only see those type of shots happen if you hit exactly perfect or if there's rounded corners. Some of the older clubs have these corners that are kind of rounded because over the years they just paint and the painters would just kind of like throw the brush into the corner, and years of painting, 20 coats, you've got this kind of rounded corner now.
So Duenas seems to be getting more tires. 14-15, I believe now. So Duenas with a nice pass shot to the right.
15-14.
Sal needs to start taking this game a bit serious now because Molina's getting a little bit confident. And a couple hand errors, lucky shots may cost you the game.
We're all together at 15. Molina loses the first one 21-8, but he's stuck with it here.
Side out. 15 serves 15. Point. Serves 15. Side out. 15 serves 16.
It might seem like it might go tiebreaker.
I don't. Well, I think anything could happen. Sal's definitely tired here.
16 serves 16.
We're all together at 16. Let's see what happens.
Point.
17-16.
17 serves 16. Side out. 16 serves 17.
That should have been a back wall setup. We just cut it off.
Nice shot from Sal Duenas. Flattens that ball out overhand, keeps it down the right wall, gets the side out. Still lackadaisical with that serve. I think Sal just wants it to get to the back wall. Molina doesn't realize it's going to come out so far, and it does. He just should have taken another 2 or 3 steps out. Didn't do it.
No.
You can see that happen before it happened.
Seems like he's always out of position.
Just not comfortable indoors. Nice cut off there. Creativity.
17 serves 18. Point.
18-18. So all Molina needs is 3 lucky shots, and we might see a tiebreaker.
Well, at least you're keeping it optimistic for the young guy. No call from the ref.
Nice get.
This is going to be tough for Sal. Little contact again, no call from the referee. Beautiful shot from Sal Duenas, left corner kill. It's a good serve.
Point.
Sometimes cutting off those shots off the air instead of letting it bounce to the back wall. Oh, Sal with a nice back wall, back hand behind the back shot. Now he's looking fancy in there.
Crowd putting their hands together there for that beautiful shot from Duenas, and now it's match point, serves 18.
Side out.
The open hand tomahawk hand to the left.
18 serves 20.
There you go, back wall.
Side out. Also match point serves 18.
This could be it right here. Molina just gets that ball back. Sal cranks it down the right wall, and he advances to the semifinals with a 21-8, 21-18 win versus Gabriel Molina here in the quarterfinals. We'll have another great one coming up right around the corner. Rumor is women's quarterfinal small ball will come up next, so we'll stick around for that. Shorty, thanks for filling in. We'll have more continued coverage at the USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships in Fountain Valley, California coming up next. My name is Dave Vincent with Shorty Ruiz, and the help of Matt Taitano and Jeff Kastner. We'll have more action here at WPHLive.TV coming up next.
You got another one? Okay. All right, Kristina, 1 or 2? Number is 1. Ashley, you serve first.
Luisa Estrella will be reffing.
We are here for this women's quarterfinal match alongside Shorty Ruiz, and it is Luis Estrella. Didn't even know he was in the building, but now we do, as Ashley Moeller goes up against Kristina Langhorst. Kristina from Minnesota with a nice little punch from Ashley Moeller there, now living in Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of those punch shots. She likes doing that a lot.
Point.
Nice serve. Coming out.
2-0.
Strong.
Ashley also has this nice little wrinkle to the ball when she serves.
3-0.
And if she can control that punch shot, it'll be just one of the most effective shots she has. When she isn't controlling it, it could still be effective depending on where she hits it.
Yeah.
So that's the not controlled punch. But see, it puts it in such a bad spot for her opponent.
It's a good shot.
Point. 4-0.
Ooh.
Side out. 0-4. Short.
You've seen a lot more of these players, Shorty,
Second
with this
serve.
21 ball being able to develop these really cool fish shots.
Short.
We
Side
see
out.
the women do it a lot now, where they're almost all of them have these fish shots that you just hadn't seen in previous years.
Yeah.
Because they're able to generate so much power. And so you've seen a lot of these little quick pop fists, kind of like Dave Chapman style from the 90s and 2000s.
Point.
Ashley makes a great shot back there, deep right corner.
5-0.
Score here is 5-0.
Side out.
Kristina Langhorst, just down the
0-5.
street from one of the greatest women's players of all time, if not the greatest, Anna Engel, who also
Point.
lives in the same exact town as we welcome in
1-5.
Mondo Ortiz.
Hey, what's up, guys? So we don't see a lot of Kristina out here.
No, but it's great seeing her, though, isn't it?
Yes, it's great. You know, get to
Side
see
out.
a lot more women in action. We don't get that a lot.
5 serves 1.
So, Dave, this is the round of 16th, or just
6 serves 1.
quarterfinals? Okay. Ooh, nice shot from Ash from the corner.
Hold it. Sorry.
Our referee
7
is
serves
Luis
1.
Estrella.
Luis Estrella.
I see in Mondo Ortiz here. You missed some of these singles matches earlier today.
Yes, I did.
I think you watched, though, as your good buddy Vic Perez played in the semis against Paul Brady, and a guy that
8 serves 1.
has beaten Paul twice. One of the only people to beat Paul in many years is you, and you were able to. I hopefully think you gave him a pep talk before he played, but he looked very nervous in game number 1.
You know, that's how Vic is. You know, when he plays a top player, especially with Brady, you know, it's all natural to get nervous like that. But You know, once you get that upper edge, let that go. You know, you never know what you could do. But you know, Brady was so tough from the server's box. It's hard to even get that back. You know, just gonna have to, instead of being on defense, you're gonna have to go on offense automatically. That's the other way you're gonna beat this guy.
Point.
You know, be on offensive mode, but it's kind of hard to say that because he's always on offense.
Well, he pushed Vic all around the court, pushes everybody around the court. He just looked tremendous in that first game, didn't he?
He did. He looked flawless.
But here in game number 1, it's Ashley Moeller dominating Kristina.
Yep.
Who is a cardio kickboxing instructor back in Minnesota.
Oh, is she? Oh, that's intense workout there.
Side out.
Well, I have a rule that you don't date anybody that can bench press you.
That's actually a good rule. I don't think I'll date anybody that bench presses me. I'll definitely won't do that.
Kristina's really improved her game, and Ashley's been playing as much handball as anybody on the planet now that she moved to Tucson, Arizona.
Side out.
And that's a good thing. You know, I feel like there's a lot more play out there in Tucson now instead of over here.
10 serves 1.
Unfortunately, I don't have Shorty over here to play with no more. So then I'm going to have to go down over there and get a good reason.
It looks like you might be there in the next weekend.
Yes, we discussed that, you know, at least like 30 minutes ago, that we are going to go play in that big ball tournament in New Mexico.
11 serves 1.
Drive to Tucson, stay overnight, and we'll take off to that tournament. Nice
power right there from
Ashley.
Ashley.
Good form right there.
And then she misses the easy one.
Yes.
That ball coming off the side wall. She doesn't normally play with this particular ball, so it is just a slight adjustment on those balls that check up on the side wall.
Is this the 21 ball? Yeah. Definitely, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, it's a lot lighter.
Ashley's really turned into hitting a lot of balls with her fist. And you see these 2-wall passes. You're going to have to be on top of your physical game because she's just going to continue to drive you into the back court.
With those fist shots you got.
Well, just added power. And like I said to Shorty earlier, if she controls the power with the fist, then she's going to have a good day.
Definitely.
She finds out that she's starting to lose. It's when she's making errors with those fist shots.
Right.
You do have to hit it
12 serves 1.
Flush. I mean, you can't just make a slight mistake on fish shots. They just don't.
Yeah, you know how they say about those fish shots, it goes out of control. But if you do control it, it's pretty vicious.
I think the fish shot is what is the reason why I like playing handball, because it's the one thing that's really hard to do. and when you hit it perfectly, you say, I just did something good today. You know, like you might have a bad day at work, you might have a bad day in your relationship or whatever, and all of a sudden you pop one of those balls, very hard to do, and you hit it exactly where you're aiming, you go, I had a good day.
Yeah.
3 serves 12.
My girlfriend broke up with me. My girlfriend broke up with me, dog died.
But I made that really good shot, so that equals out.
I hit a fish shot. See, watch this left-handed. See, it's
a shot,
it's a fish shot. It's a poke. It's a left-handed poke. See, another fist, overhand slicer. She can do it again, too. That was open hand.
That was open. It got to be open hand.
Side out.
Kristina upset with herself, missing that back wall shot.
12 serves 3.
Best 2 out of 3 to 21, breaker to 11.
There you go. There's one without the fist.
There's 2 without a fist.
Set out.
In fact, 2 out of 3 without the fist actually made it to the front wall.
It's a nice serve, under serve. Something I need to put that in my game.
4 serves 12.
I remember that one time in Salt Lake City, you incorporated an underhand lob serve against Paul Brady, and it changed everything.
Did, because he started doing the lob serves too.
Yeah, it got into his head just a bit, and you slowed the game down, but then you were getting setups and you were executing the setups. That was more of the key than the serve, but certainly the serve set all that up, because I don't think you would have gotten there any other way other than changing that serve.
I had to slow him down. That's the only way.
Paul Brady's only got a couple, I believe 4 losses in the race for 8, and 2 of them came at your hand.
From my hands, yeah.
I might even be wrong on that. It might be less than that, but you certainly have 2. Killian has
I don't know if I have 2. Yeah,
Killian
I do have 2.
Yeah,
I got 1 doubles at him too.
I'm just thinking of the race for 8 when you took him down in Houston and then in
Salt Lake City the first year.
Right, and then Killian got him in Portland.
Yeah, I remember that match. I actually repped that match.
That's why you remembered it. When I ref, I never remember that.
And I actually won too.
You played that.
I think she's losing it from the glass.
Yeah, it's very difficult. This glass back here is very dark.
Yes.
And
then they have the skyline on top, which is like when the sun hits it, it kind of blinds you sometimes.
Yeah. Because what you see is this incredible shadow inside the court for some reason. Because the light is splattering to the ground, which comes onto, if you have white clothing on,
they'll definitely, you'll definitely get distracted. Yep.
Yeah, it's like, oh, hey.
Yep.
That's why I go into the court wearing just all glass, so it can splatter back.
Yeah, I wish I was made all glass. Then I'll be legitimate, become a mutant. Yeah. I think there's a character like that at X-Men. No, X-Men. Oh. There's X-Men as a character like that.
Down here, Six Flags is always the answer to everything. Sorry.
I live down here now. You know what? I don't even go to these roller coasters no more since my whole situation, heart surgery. So, but before that, I was there every summer at Six Flags. Yep.
4:15.
They had a nice little plane crash on the 405 today. How about you heard about that?
I heard about that. Well, I heard about that when I got here to the facility here at Los Cabs. Vic was actually telling me, yeah, there was a crash at 405. I almost didn't make my match. Like,
I was thinking
15-4.
I was thinking that Harrison Ford was back in town.
Yeah, I know. You know what? Harrison Ford, we've been seeing that guy up in Los Angeles Athletic up in the bars lately.
Really?
The last 3 times I've been up the bars, I've been seeing it twice. So
I remember in New York a couple of years ago when he was at a bar there at the NYAC.
Yeah.
Maybe he's following us around. Hi, Harrison.
Maybe he is.
Thanks for flying in today, but I hope you're okay.
You never know. He's a fanatic. We should have cut him down. Yes, embrace it.
Wonder how they're going to incorporate handball in the next Indiana Jones film.
5:15.
5:15 here, the first game. Kristina serving.
I believe the ball slid again.
Did it? Oh, it slid again, huh?
5:15.
This is game number 1, women's quarterfinals. Kristina Langhorst. And you might remember her from the collegiate days. She's from Minnesota, but her last name was Kristina Ruud. And you might remember that. I believe she married a handball player, Matthias.
Oh, really?
Langhorst. And
15-5.
Well, that's awesome. That's not.
Now I could be totally wrong, but I have a feeling this is the same Kristina I remember from the collegiate days. Now you played it.
I remember her in the collegiate. Yeah, I've been at Mill State when she was playing at the time, I think.
She now lives in the same town as Anna Engel,
16-5.
Bailey Chandler. So she's clearly in Minnesota, St. Paul area.
St. Paul, huh?
Clearly has at least some women talent there. Another ball she loses off the back wall.
She was a champ for years, right?
11 national titles.
17-5.
Legend. I remember my junior career, she was always up there.
Kristina's having a terrible time with that ball coming off the back wall. Ashley gave her a plum.
Side out. .517.
But you did not play in the singles. What was the reason for that?
Yeah, I did not play the singles. The main reason I didn't play the singles because I'm dealing with this injury, this tennis elbow injury. Handball tennis. They all like to say it.
Handball elbow.
Handball elbow. There you go. Handball elbow.
Yeah,
so yeah, it's really severe. I had a lot of inflammation involved in, and had to do all this therapy, did acupuncture. I did the whole thing to try to cure it before nationals, but didn't help it. So I just figured play doubles instead, and heal up and get ready for the season.
Yeah, that tennis elbow
717.
Yeah, it's hard to shake. It's really difficult to. You can have it for months, for years, and it's for the sport. Like you'll love to play
817.
out of the blue that you want to play, and you get to play and you get to use your arm. Try to use my left a lot, but it doesn't cut it. You have to use your right to play the guys out here.
917.
It looks like Kristina's found a serve here. Ashley's going to try to come in and cut it off. Kristina overhand powers that. I think Kristina should just stick with it. She had two great no returns from Ashley. Ashley tried to cut one off, tried to take one off the back wall. They're both unsuccessful.
It's a tough serve, too.
Kristina saw Ashley starting to cheat in a little bit, so she decided to hit a hard serve. But I'd say, let me see what you can do with this lob if you can step in. I think she doesn't want Ashley to take it out of the air.
It's a good serve. It's kind of difficult to defend.
And the only way that it would work is if Ashley is able to step in and take it with her right hand, but what Kristina was able to do is hit it to her left, which made it more difficult. So this game's a tricky one, Mondo.
Shots like that, those fish shots, would be really vicious.
I tell you, that's the only reason why I would ever consider playing and keep playing is those fish shots.
Fish shots.
They'll make your day
short.
They make your day better.
You gotta go.
Second serve.
If you're having a rough day, just hit those fish shots.
Just hit a fish shot.
One
One successful fish shot.
That's it. That's all you need.
Oh, your house burned down? That's all right. I hit a fish shot today.
Gotta hit two fish shots for that.
Both hands. One for each hand.
19-10.
That's a two-fister. This would be a pretty good shot right there.
Oh,
and Kristina just squeaks it in, right corner kill. Just kind
with her
of feathers
left
her
hand,
hand.
too. See
yeah,
that?
She feathered over the top of it.
10-19.
She meant it too.
I think Kristina found something right here. Ashley's not having the greatest of time with that serve.
Hold it.
Oh, Ashley goes completely the wrong direction.
I don't know if that was an over.
How does Kristina? How is Kristina in the way when the ball's on the left sidewall over here?
And it cracked out going straight. So
yeah, I mean, where's the hinder? If that's the case, when I play next, I'm just going to run into my opponent.
That's what I usually do.
19-10.
I run to my opponent to get that
call.
That call. Yep.
Nice dig there from Moeller. Big setup here off the back wall. Both of these women having troubles off that back wall, though.
And it's not easy from that back wall. Like you said, it's really difficult to see. You gotta let that ball drop in order to see in the last minute and take it.
And it doesn't help that the ball is, it's not exactly, but it is dark enough that it becomes kind of the same color as the back wall at times. So it's not the easiest thing in the world, certainly.
Sure.
Taking a 2-minute glove change here is Ashley Moeller, as her gloves were wet. Referee Luis Estrella gives it to her. Women's quarterfinals. Los Caballeros. This will be probably the last match that we air today, I believe. I'm not sure.
You're not going to air any double matches?
Yeah, let's do it.
I heard you have a doubles match coming on.
Yeah, okay, maybe. It's not about me.
It's not. You know, it's all about the women's right now.
I came here to broadcast.
Actually, I heard you came here to win a title as well. I mean, I don't know, your doubles partner, I don't know if he's capable to do so, but with your hands, I think you could do it.
Yeah, playing with Marcos Chavez in the 40s, one of the most, at this facility, one of the most recognized doubles players in its history. You know, in a lot of ways. Think of the, like, 5-time straight U.S. Open titles, won a national title here a few times. You know, so he won
a national title with Sean last time they had it here, held here.
Right.
I know that because he beat us in the finals in a tiebreak.
But I'm
yes.
old, so things have changed. Marcos is, you know, he called and said, "You want to play?" I said, "Yes." What are you going to say? No?
10-19.
I had to go find my bag.
Yeah, if Marco asked me to play, I won't say no either.
I was the one that got the lucky call, I guess.
Marcos likes to play with all the top players. I wish I was one of them.
I guess being ranked #1 isn't good enough for Marcos.
It is not good enough. You gotta be ranked #1 and
you have to drop down to like 3 or 4.
You gotta held it there for at least like 3 years to make it legit.
You actually have to be either one of the greatest players of all time, like Vince Munoz, one of your mentors, or
20 serves 10.
Have a nickname of the Freak.
That too.
This is 20 game point, serves 10.
I wonder if your name was DB as well.
No, I don't know how that happened, honestly. I don't. Oh,
ooh, almost.
Gets it, and the point goes to Ashley Moeller
5 minutes.
as she defeats Kristina Langhorst, and we'll have a 5-minute break, just like the referee said. We're going to take one, too. We'll be back for game 2. Stick around for more Mondo and DV next here at WPHLive.tv. Stick with us.
Está más arriba, Shorty. Más arriba. He can't reach where the ball's sliding. I'm just kidding. Time in. 0-0.
You heard the score there from our referee, Luis Estrella, game number 2. As Kristina Langhorst from Minnesota serves to Ashley Moeller. And she gets a very good first strike after that serve.
1-0.
Ashley Moeller wins that quarterfinal first game. Goes for a punch fist shot down the left wall, misses. At 2-0 here. You know, we were talking about taking time off and coming back and playing the game. You don't realize 2 things in life when it comes to handball.
0-2.
One, you forget what it's like when you teach somebody how to play for the very first time. And when you drop the first ball, you go, oh my gosh. It's kind of an eye-opener when you say, this game is really hard. I forgot how hard it was. You know, because when you watch through somebody that you look at as an athlete and you see that they struggle, you go, I forgot it is this hard. Yeah, this is an elite game. And then the other thing is, when you haven't played in a long time or you're injured and you come back yourself, you can't believe how difficult it is to come back and how much improvement you can make just off of, you know, taking time off. And you say, I don't know how I was ever won anything in my life, ever.
You know,
this game is hard.
It is tough, man. When you're gone for so long, you got to go back to basics. And some of us, well, we forget about basics, and we don't realize until, man, we do need that in our in our workout ethic. So
we're with Mondo Ortiz here. Mondo, you had an open heart surgery.
Yes, I did.
Do you remember that first time that you came back and hit a handball after having your
you know what?
What is it? Sternum cranked wide open. They pulled you wide open. I mean,
slice it through. Yep.
What happened there? I mean, I understand with the surgery, but what was it like that first day you came back, and how weary were you about even doing that?
I mean, it took me a couple of months to get back, and it's been. I think. I mean, it was like the 6th month I came back. The 5th month I came back, I actually hit the ball around, and my surgery was fresh still, and I was just hitting the big ball around, just. You know, big ball shots. And that's how I started off. I started playing big ball, and then little by little. But, yeah, it was just tough. And I had to go learn back to basics because, you know, I'm always in motion and always trying to protect my sternum, and it's just straight shots.
5-2.
And it's hard to get – it was tough to get that confidence back.
Kristina Langhorst is up here in game number 2, 5-2. I remember that first tournament you played after your surgery, probably about 13 months after the surgery. I might be a little off, but maybe 14, 15 months after.
You know what? It was at least like 10 months. It wasn't that very long. And they told me, you know, we should stay a little way longer, but I felt like I was ready. And I remember it was in Tucson, Arizona, and it was a qualifier. I qualified, and I had to play Allen the first round. I'm like, well, okay, I'm done. Nope, I ended up taking him.
He was the number 1 seed.
He was the number 1 seed at the point.
Right. I think you made it all the way to the finals, losing to Nadia Alvarado, but then you defeated him a couple weeks later at the Spring Classic at the LAAC.
Right, yep.
Right, so, and I believe, I was thinking that
that's
Sean
what gave me
Lenny,
all the confidence, all the hope I could still compete in the high level. And that was just me testing it out, me seeing where I'm at, and I actually did it very well. Yeah, it was just
it was an incredible time. I remember that, and I was thinking back, you know, I'm talking about coming back after having many surgeries and things, and it's been very difficult, but I haven't imagined with you. I remember a pro stop a few years ago. We were doing a live broadcast, and I asked you, what's going on? You called the timeout, and you said, I felt something pop in my sternum, like your cartilage kind of separated.
It pops, but that's normal for me when it pops right your chest. But it popped so much that it was kept on doing it a couple of times, like back to back. So I had to take a time out. I was like, what's going on? Maybe I'm overexerting myself. Maybe I'm doing overdo. So I had to take a time out. Yeah, it was kind of scary when that happened. And usually sometimes my heart drops too. So when it drops like that, and I'm like, okay, and I gotta settle down and relax myself, and just keep it stable.
I had to take a CPR course because you were playing on the pro tour.
I
want to thank you for that. It's like, come on, Mondo, just don't get. I don't want to put my lips on yours.
You know what? That's the most thing I feared is like saying just
knowing that I'm
passing out in front of a camera. I just don't like people see that. Definitely.
The next weird The next worst thing is knowing that I'm going to be putting my lips on your lips.
No, good thing now they have mouthpieces. So make sure you have mouthpieces.
That's true. Good point.
And handy. So, but yeah, you know, I'm grateful that I come out of that, and grateful I get to play in a high level, and you know, just waiting for ESPN to get my story.
They know about it. Let's see what this ball does. I like that
rally here.
No, I like that left-handed punch fist. The ball does not make the front wall. Kristina put a little oomph on that last one, back wall to front.
3-7.
But you saw the momentum change there at the end of game number 1 with Kristina getting some points. Yeah, and she carries that into game 2 here. I would say that this game 2 should be highly competitive.
4-7.
I anticipate some lead changes. That's a good shot.
We're going to play that over.
Oh.
The ball slid.
Oh, Kristina actually pulled a muscle in her neck looking back at the referee on that.
Yes. That's really unforgiving. That really would tick me off.
But since you don't let the referees affect you anymore, Mondo,
I learned my lesson a long time ago when I was in Tucson playing against Sean.
Call a slide on the left wall, but not a bad bounce on that roof right there.
I hear that.
That roof actually helped that ball go to that spot where it came straight down the back wall.
7-4.
7-4, Kristina. It is frustrating when you are on this big stage, you're being filmed, and the show court isn't a place where you've been playing at in the tournament, and then you get in there and it just seems so big and unfair in a lot of ways.
Maybe you feel a little more pressure because people are actually seeing you, You know what, I remember going through that years ago. Big old crowd, everybody's looking at you, cameras in front of you, and care what people think about your game and stuff like that. You just got to avoid all that.
You really do.
You got to zone in and just play the game.
It's like in baseball when you get a cheap hit, but 20 years later they just look at the scorecard and still see that you got a hit that day.
Yeah.
They don't really know exactly how you did it.
It's in the books.
You get the win, you got the win.
5-7.
But also it's another motivating factor to say, and I think this works for some players, I don't want them to see me because I don't have a good left, or I'm not good with my left above my waist, or whatever the case may be. Well, then go and work on it. Now this is your motivation.
Yeah.
I do want to be on the show court, although I don't, but I do. So I need to get better to get there.
Right.
And actually, these tournaments, these situations will be great for Kristina.
Yeah.
Because she's young and she's wanting to play and she likes the game, and so
and then she could look back at this and learn through her mistakes.
She can.
That's what exactly I did.
Yeah, and you watch a lot of video. She can listen back and talk about my lips on your lips doing CPR during first aid courses. So hi, Kristina.
Sorry about
a week from now. Sorry that we had to bring that up, but we have multi-former number 1 Mondo Ortiz. I say multi because it was kind of an on-again, off-again relationship last year.
On and off, yeah.
But you were there, and we don't get to talk about your surgery and what's going on with your elbow right now. You played Mondo as we watched Ashley walk into the server's box here, and we wait for the score.
9-7.
9-7. Ashley.
She actually came back.
Yeah, she was down pretty big here.
Yeah.
But in Minnesota, where Kristina is from, and she was there watching, you played the best I have seen you play in a long time. And now I know it went tiebreaker, and that's not the result you wanted in the tiebreaker, but that was 2 guys that were playing damn good.
Yeah, Fink was playing really good handball. He was from deep court. He was shooting it. He was actually going in, and I was like coming in the final. I was like, okay. I was hoping he doesn't play like that like he did in semifinal, because he destroyed his semifinal match.
But you did too.
And
I was impressed with the way you. Yeah. I thought that you two both were putting on a highlight reel of just great shots. Watching both of you play from your respect. You're on the top side, he's on the bottom, and you both went through everybody that you were playing until you got to each other in that second game.
And it was actually was a great battle.
It was fun, and at one point I believe in that tiebreaker, he might have been up 8-6. You came back and made it, so he never scored again.
It was a tight tiebreaker. I remember it being tight.
And you won 15-8 or 15-12, whatever the score was.
Yes.
But at one point it was 8-9, and he could have gotten the 9th point, but ended up being a timeout, and then you went on to win. And it was very entertaining. But at that moment, you had the swagger, like I'm number one, no one ever is going to beat me. And then from there, kind of moving forward.
Well, that's when my elbow was still kind of still wearing out. I just pushed it through because I remember in Sybil Green, that's when I actually felt it severely. And then I came to Minnesota, ended up winning eventually winning it, fortunately. And I still had the tennis elbow, but after that, it went downhill. It just kept on getting worse. I tried practice, just couldn't get into to gear.
Yeah,
and, it was just so. It was the wrong time. I wish I wouldn't have that injury. It was kept it. Ooh, nice fist shot kill to the left corner.
That was beautiful. Ashley then gestures to the crowd like
12-7.
like bringing the house down a little bit. Like don't over-exaggerate. It was just a shot.
It was just a shot. It was nothing.
Trying to minimize it a little bit. Sometimes players feel the pressure. If you make a good shot and people start cheering for them, they're like, hey, hold off now, okay? I'm not that type of person. Yeah, this is going to get into my head, so I already know what's going to happen, so don't congratulate me.
Yeah.
That's a nice shot right there, too. Little poke underhand. Yeah. I think that's still with a fist, although she could have hit it with a paddle.
That's just a vicious shot.
It was with authority nonetheless.
13-7.
Oh, another great serve. Now 14-7. She was down 3-7, so she's.
Now Kristina got stuck at 7.
We saw this earlier when Emmett was playing Killian Carroll. If you watched that match,
you know
also
what?
It worked.
I was watching that match at home on the live YouTube channel. And, then in the middle of the match, I ended up taking off. I had to do some errands and come back.
Did you hear all the references of me trying to compare your serve to Killian's?
A little bit.
I know that you probably totally disagree, but I don't feel that your games are similar. I just feel that there's aspects to your game that are similar, like where you both have great serves.
Second serve.
It all starts from the serve too. When he's on the left side of the server box and serving to the left side, it's vicious. It's hard to defend
because you have to cheat to the left, knowing. But then the right is wide open, and he's got a great serve down the right.
So he'll serve a few times to the left, and he'll serve one to the right to keep it going.
And you're the same but opposite. When you're standing toward the right and you sneak it in front of yourself, it's so hard because you can't see, so you have to kind of cheat to the right. Because the ball could be by you, between you and the wall, so quickly that you just don't see it, almost like a screen.
It is.
And so if you cheat too far, then you go over to the left with a nice little reverse, and now you're diving for the serves.
Yep.
You guys are similar in that sense. Also, you both let the ball drop. And Kristina way late getting out of the box there.
Yeah, she is. She probably thought the ball wasn't going to check up a little bit, but nope, took off from her.
Nice shot. Nice dig.
Nice little dig.
Ball doesn't make it.
Ashley loves these fish shots. It's effective.
18-7.
Inside out down the right wall. Big back wall setup for Ashley Moeller. Now they played in Minnesota at that tournament.
Oh, these two played against?
Yeah, they did.
Against each other in Minnesota?
Ashley won that.
That's right. That was the final. Right?
Yeah.
And yes, I do remember that as well because I was the one that reffed that match.
How come every time I bring up some obscure match, you were the ref? You had to think, wait a second, I know who this girl is now.
And I did not lose that time either. Ended up winning that tournament.
That's funny.
So
19-7.
That was a miss hit, but it was hit pretty good.
Still effective down the wall.
Side out. 7-19.
She went for a hard serve and a lobbing it now. That could have been a screen. Oh, nice. She tomahawked. One wall shot.
8-19. Side out. Nineteen serves 8.
Ashley got her 20th point right here. It's for the match.
20 serves 8. Short.
See what Ashley does here on her second serve. Is it going to be an
Second
underhand
serve.
flip?
Gonna lob it. Yeah, underhand lob. Uh-oh.
You can see that Kristina has some pretty good form. I'm impressed with her athleticism, and I think she could be a good player with a little bit more time. And this tournament experience is going to be excellent for her. That ball does not make the front wall, checks up. Now it's a side out, but you can tell.
You can tell right away off her footwork. If you look at her feet, her footwork actually is in position most of the time.
She's an instructor cardio kickboxing.
She is. She knows the whole work. So
she also looks like she'd probably play a vicious softball game too.
That too. It looks like she'll knock some guys out too. So
sounds like you come from experience when you say that. Been knocked out a few times by cardio kickboxers.
No. I don't pick fights. I don't do all that. I know where I stand.
Big setup here for Kristina. I like that shot. She just needs to hit a little bit lower.
Bend those knees a little bit more.
You know, if you're insecure about that back wall, it's hard to do, bend your knees. You kind of get stuck in cement. You just kind of say, I'm going to let my wrist and my arms take this ball.
No, you need
but you still have to kind of break it down and try to That's why having a coach does come in handy, because you just say you don't realize you're doing this, but you aren't seeing the ball, so you're not bending your knees.
Right.
Just go back there with your knees bent already and just play it from there, because you'll see
just stay low.
Because you do get more leverage when your knees are bent.
You do. Actually do. You get lower.
11 serves 20.
Ooh.
Side out. Serves 11.
See what Ashley does with this back wall shot.
Ooh, she reached for it. Down the left, and that does it.
It is. Ashley Moeller takes down Kristina Langhorst to move ahead into the semifinals in the women's bracket. And, I'd like to look at that bracket really quickly here as it is developing. I'm going to refresh and tell you what that looks like as Katrina Casey gets past Maxine Strasbaugh earlier today, 21-0, 21-0.
Oof.
Ashley Moeller is now going to face Katrina Casey tomorrow in the semifinals at 1:45 p.m. Pacific time. Jenny Schmidt is going to go up against Rebecca Mulholland from Kilkenny.
Ooh, nice to see Jenny in the bracket.
Yeah, no, she's awesome, and she's a three-time or two-time winner of this national championship. And then Jennifer Simmons from Austin, Texas, will face Tracy Davis later this afternoon for a bid at the semifinals as well. So the women's bracket is now underway. We now know where the upper bracket semifinals are going to be. That's Katrina Casey and Ashley Moeller.
You think you can make a prediction in the bottom bracket?
I can't really even predict what I'm going to do tomorrow. So,
so I can't make a decision to say something.
No, I haven't seen Rebecca Mulholland play, so that makes me not really understand how to predict it. But I'm going to say it's a Jennifer Schmidt, Tracy Davis semi. But I don't have anything to prove that otherwise. Anyway,
I see Tracy advancing the finals because she's playing very well. I played Tracy the past 2 weeks.
Oh, that's great.
And she serves are just phenomenal.
Her serves down the right are
like
great.
down the right are great. Yeah. So hopefully she's on point. She's headed straight, and like to see that.
Well, we're gonna say goodbye to you. I don't.
Well, thanks for having me, DV.
Hey, man, it's always nice having you in here. Doing the live broadcast. We're going to have more continued coverage. I'm not sure necessarily there's going to be more from the show court today, but if our film crew wants to continue, I'm all for it. That would mean that tomorrow's first match is the men's small ball singles final between Killian Carroll and Paul Brady at 12:30. Hopefully you'll be somewhat around so we can either interview you or see you again, Mondo. And I know you're in the tournament winning, so that's good. In the meantime, Jeff Kastner, Matt Taitano, I want to say thanks to them, as well as
thank you guys.
Our executive producer, Vern Roberts, Matthew Kruger helping out with stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, and these guys do so much for the handball, so thank you for guys to keep this going.
Our statistician, Dave Fink.
Dave Fink?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's texting scores. Unfortunately, he couldn't play in this tournament because he pulled a muscle in his back.
So he's on back muscle.
Yeah, back spasms and all that stuff. It's just a back.
Take care, champ.
I mean, the whole structure of your whole body is under attack by a spasm. Nonetheless, we're going to say goodbye, at least for now, for this match, and we hope to see you tomorrow, 12:30 Pacific time, here at the USHA 4-Wall National Handball Championships, the 67th edition from Fountain Valley, California, as we are at Los Caballeros Sports Village, and we'll have more tomorrow on WPHLive.TV. Have a good day. See you.